It'll be fine. This is all right.
Okay, gotcha. You are perfect. I'm ready when you are.
So we are officially calling this meeting to order at 4:05 p.m. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us. In compliance with the State Government Code on open meetings, today's agenda has been appropriately posted. We've established a quorum, and we will call roll. If you'll go ahead and register, please. And Ms. Eaton has not arrived, so. All right. Before we move on, I do want to announce that after the agenda was set, I was notified that one of our board members is going to need to leave early tonight, and I'm not convinced we'll get through with all of our discussion in order to take action on the superintendent contract extension. So we are not going to discuss in closed session the contract under 5A contract. We will do process goals instrument, and we are not going to consider 6B contract extension. That will happen at our regular board meeting next week. So I wanted to make sure that I said that because I know that some of you have signed up to speak on that agenda item, and I'm happy to pull it if you'd rather wait, or you're certainly allowed to come ahead now. I'll call your name and you can let me know if you're going to defer or if you want to come or if you want to speak, okay? All right, so agenda item 2, acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard, public comment. The first one I have is Kara Collar, AFT building rep, Kitty Hawk Middle School. And she's addressing agenda item 6A and 6B.
I brought notes so I don't get lost and I don't wander, and I respect your time. Good afternoon, Dr. Fields and members of leadership and the board. My name is Kara Kohler. I am the happiest person on my campus. I have the best job. I am the choir director, and for that reason, I smile all day, and I thank you for hiring me for that position. Also, I am the liaison for the Campus Culture and Climate Committee, so I hear a lot from teachers as to what we can do as a campus to help them, help the climate on campus be a happier, friendlier place to be, because not everyone's as happy as I am. And I'm also a member of AFT, because we all know, those of us in AFT, that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. And so I have a lot of people that come and talk to me about what we should be addressing together as a district. So I'm going to start by saying that I did want to speak on 6A and 6B, but I'm going to meander a little bit, but I'll be brief, I promise. At every meeting I've had for the past, 8 months to a year, every time we get together, it's, well, gee, whether it's the campus meeting or whether it's a district meeting, what can we do to show the teachers that we appreciate them, but please don't spend any money. Don't spend any money because we don't have any, right? But we need to tell them that we appreciate them. This literally came up Monday in a campus meeting. Like, what can we do for them? But we don't spend any money. Okay, so I start asking, what can we do for you? Because, you know, the best thing that you can do, even as a board, is to ask the teachers what they need. What do they need? What do you need? What can we do to help you? So I have some things. Number 1, be transparent. Be transparent about everything and share your plans for a clear path forward. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that a lot of people on our campus in particular are very unclear as to what's going to happen in the future. What's happening? And it's not just our campus, it's other campuses as well. There are teachers that are worried. Are we closing our campus? Because we hear these little mumblies and we see things in the news. What is happening? Will I be teaching my subject next year, or am I teaching some other subject next year? Do I need to go pull out some of my old supplies that I used 25 years ago? Like, what is happening? We have a new school that's opening that's going to alleviate some of the pressure at Kitty Hawk. We have no idea what that's going to look like. We don't know, are you coming to Kitty Hawk to move some of the teachers over? Or are we going to be moved to Metzger? Like, what's going to happen? How do we apply? What are they looking for? There's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of questions. And when that is there, it causes anxiety. And because nobody knows, we're all just sort of waiting. And then, of course, that starts the rumors, the rumor mills. And nobody wants that. Right? If we have a clear set plan that's put into writing that we can go, hey, this is it, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to follow, then the anxiety will lessen significantly. Right?
And that was your time. I'm so sorry.
Darn it. I had 4 other things. But
Please
thank you.
send an email.
I sure will. I will do that. Or I'll show up the next time.
Perfect. Thank you. Next is Marilyn McKinney to speak on item 6B.
Teachers are continually harangued about data-based decision-making. I would suggest if it's good enough for us, you might want to try it too. Right now, you really don't have any data to evaluate the superintendent as far as the public can tell. You don't have an evaluation. From your own agenda, it would appear you don't even have an instrument, and yet you're contemplating extending his contract based on what? I've come to your meetings month after month. We do know we have preliminary scores. Decisions were made based on these preliminary scores. What else we learn from these preliminary scores? The score's pretty well tanked. Coming from these meetings, we have 10 more schools approaching innovation. That means failing. We don't have any significant change in the retention rate, and we have no money. That's a pretty dismal record if you look for data to justify extending somebody's contract or giving an individual a raise. I'm asking you to table this decision until at least January, because you have some data that's coming in the next coming months. You have a personnel audit, you have a TASB staff survey, you have a Panorama student and family survey, and you have a financial audit. Have some reason to justify what you're doing, other than, yeah, he's a nice guy. If he can't, give him the $300 that he suggested you give to the teachers after he said, oh, don't give them anything. Or if you're feeling really generous, give him $600. Because if he can't live on nearly $250,000 a year, which is about what he makes, that might suggest to you be why we have financial problems in this district. Thank you.
All right, and then we have Cindy Elizondo, items to be discussed, item 6B.
Good afternoon. Forgive me if I look down at my notes a lot. I have a problem with my eyes focusing, and so sometimes I have to really look.
It's okay.
I'm here to talk about item 6B as a taxpayer. I live in the district. What justification is there? Since Dr. Fields has taken over, there's 10 more schools failing. That's letter F. When I went to school, letter F meant not good. We shouldn't continue to reward bad things with good things. We try to not do that with students. Our children, since he's taken over, we now are $13 million more over. I got a checkbook. I've got to stay in my checkbook. I can't afford to give you all more money. I'm a retired teacher. I don't have more money to give you. In no business that I know of do you get offered the extension of a contract and a raise for failing. Usually you get offered the door. I believe Judson students, whom I taught for many years, I believe Judson teachers, and I believe Judson taxpayers deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Item 3A, hold team building, team of 8, and evaluating and improving student outcomes, EISO, training as required by statute provided by Moat Casey LLC. And welcome, Dr. Gibson. We're glad to have you here with us again. And I
Glad
will
to be
turn
here.
this over to Dr. Fields and you. Oh, yes. Thank you very much for that reminder. Yes, Ms. Eaton arrived a couple of minutes ago, and so Russ, if you can mark her present, I'd appreciate that so much. Thank you.
So would you like for me to start, or?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, gotcha. Well, tonight, we have taken the time to go through a strategic, balanced scorecard. We've been working on this for quite some time. It goes from the year 2024 and goes out to 2028. And I know that Dr. Gibson is going to go through exactly what this covers. I believe we have a copy that we could show overhead as a PowerPoint. Can we pull it up for everyone in the audience to be able to see? And then what you'll see is I will let Dr. Gibson go through it and only interject when we get to those parts. So feel free, Dr. Gibson.
I can stand here and click for you.
All right, I'm going to stand for just a little bit and look at the PowerPoint. And the first, I'd say 5 minutes is just kind of how we got here. There's one new trustee and some audience members, and it's just kind of how we got here. And then we're going to drop the PowerPoint. I have a colleague that says, if all you have is a PowerPoint, you have neither. I think I've told you all that before. So yeah, you have neither power nor a point. So this is just anchoring to some things that you all have already talked about. But we're going to quickly run through some slides, then we're going to stop on one. So you can go ahead and get started. And I'm going to skip several, including that one from Dr. Deming, even though it breaks my heart to skip a Dr. Deming slide. And we'll skip that one. We've gone over systems approach multiple times. So just to remind everyone how we got here, we're trying to look at a systems approach that addresses student outcomes, staff outcomes, community outcomes, and financial outcomes. It's a holistic approach. By statute, you are required to set some targets inside the top box, the top arrow that's on there. I think it's good practice to also set objectives on the other four, and that's what we're looking at today. I don't want to oversell it. It's just afternoon right now. The board is working on a good governance inventory, and I'm not going to take the time tonight to go over that or the next slide. So go ahead, 2 slides. And again, when I finish this, it didn't have all these crazy transitions, so I don't know who got their hand on it. But in fact, you can go to the next one. I want to just go on to the mindset. This is really, the mindset's the intro for tonight, and then we're going to jump into the business. The board has measured team trust. We have those results. We've talked about those results at least once, and we will continue to talk about those. I'll talk about team trust again in just a moment when we look at the 4-year plan. We're going to briefly anchor back to the 3 essential roles on the coming slides, and then we're going to park on the continuous improvement model in just a moment. So 5 more slides, and we're done with the PowerPoint. And you can go ahead and skip the team trust at this moment. So tonight, just to remind, some in the audience are hearing this for the first time, and again, one new trustee. The board and the superintendent represent the strategic role. So I'm not going to read to you off of a PowerPoint slide. I think the last bullet, says it all. The strategic role works on the system, not in the system, but on the system. So you're constantly thinking about all the moving parts that are going in every direction. So that's the superintendent, this board and superintendent, the strategic role. Then tonight, in the format that we have of a strategic roundtable, we have some of the lead tacticians, cabinet members, administrative team, around the table with the strategic role. It's really important, and I'm going to repeat some things, but the board made a decision early on for these to get off the dais and come down and get on the floor and conduct a strategic roundtable. I'm going to go ahead and say right now, my recommendation is to do this at least twice a year after tonight for 100 years. I don't know. Like, I mean, forever. It's just the way to get down here and to really say, how are we doing? Now, I'm going to tell trustees, I don't think I've said this before, and I'm not, it happens to be October, but tonight is not what I'm about to describe in October. But what I'm seeing with high-performing districts in the state right now is that they are doing an October strategic roundtable. And if it's fair to say, curriculum folk, last year's EOY in some ways is this year's BOY, right? Like in my curriculum world. And so you use the October roundtable to really do a deeper dive into last year's EOY, and then do y'all use Circle with your pre-K? What tool do you? Okay, so then you truly have BOY. In fact, you have beginning of career, right? It's BOC. It's like the first time we've looked. So the October snapshot is a good time to, as in a strategic roundtable, look at the scorecard and look at where we are with EOY last year, and then cover that pre-K, because that's your group that's coming through the cohort. So my recommendation is at least a 2-hour workshop in this setting in October. And I'm going to just call it BOY. But you know what I mean when I say EOY. Last year's EOY is this year's BOY. Okay, we're going to call that BOY. Then at the very least, do a 2-hour workshop strategic roundtable in February, because that's when we have some good MOY data. Is that a fair statement? We've got a lot of MOY data at that time. So at the very least, those 2 roundtables in this format is what my recommendation is. Now, I know at one time we had talked about monthly check-ins, and this is not instead of that, but maybe in addition to that. A lot of districts are viewing the monthly check-ins as more of a community-based, almost like outwardly approach. You don't have to be down here, you know, with the protocols that we're going to talk about in a little bit. It's a quick 15, 20-minute PowerPoint of just kind of, here's some data on 1.1, here's some data on 1.2. Some districts are just taking August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, right? They're just running through the whole scorecard so that it's a community-based, you know, like outward update on how we're doing on each of these. So let me pause. Does that make sense? What we're seeing with some boards are choosing to do just the monthly. The high-performing ones are doing the strategic roundtable a couple of times a year, at least. And just like we...
Those are the ones that already had something in place, right?
Correct. I'm mentioning this as on a move-forward basis, because today is basically the launch in some ways, right? Yeah.
We never had anything in place. So,
Correct. So...
you know, there's nothing for us to guide or grade.
Correct.
Because there was nothing in place.
Correct.
We've been busy the last year trying to correct all the crap
Right.
that was dumped on us from last time.
So you're building a plan forward, I would argue, and I think y'all help me remember. This is my 3rd district in 48 hours. I apologize. Where am I? Yeah, no. Did we say a 4-year cycle on this one? Okay. So the way I look at this, that's really important, is that this is a 4-year cycle, and then in 2029 then, is this 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29? Is that? 2028. Okay, 2028, that's good. So then in 2028, I would think with 3 years of learning, there's probably not going to be a lot of change to the scorecard, I would think. But we just renew it for another 4 years. And then at the end of that 4 years, you probably are still working on a lot of the same things. We don't know. I don't know what's going to happen between now and that point in time, but then you're renewing it for another 4 years after that. And
I would even say, though, Dr. Gibson, as we move forward, if we see that with the focus, we're seeing tremendous gains in a particular area, I would think that we could make or course correct as we move forward. We may set the goal for something right now, but if we see that we're approaching that goal at the end of the year, then in a year's time, it won't take until 2028 to
right.
get there.
So this is very important, thank you for teeing this next comment up. If you look at the scorecard, the strategic objective that's relatively broadly written, that's what you need to hold stable. I believe this strongly, and to the extent we can, we need to hold the objectives stable and the people working on the objectives stable. If there's churn in the system, how can we expect to continue hitting, like looking at that target? So, and I'm just going to use a personal experience. That doesn't make it right, but I was 12 years down the road. That was 3 4-year scorecards. And I was ready to go well before the third one. I mean, personally, like I was ready, and they talked me into one more 4-year scorecard, which I built and got it started. And then I said, okay, now I mean it, I'm out. Like my expiration date is hit. So, like I need to go do something else. But the importance of that continuity of viewing it as, for me, for 3 4-year increments, and we're trying to hold the system as sturdy as we can and keep targeting. Now, having said that, and I think you might be alluding to this, the strategic actions inside these objectives, trustees, I'm just going to say, from my opinion, you should see those tweaking in these strategic roundtables. Like the objective stayed the same, but what we're doing, think about the objective as what we are trying to accomplish, and the strategic action is how we're trying to. In fact, that's what, to me, the strategic roundtable reports are the tactical team telling the board changes to the strategic actions, or changes, we're recommending changes to the measure. Because as we peeled this onion back, we realized there's another target, there's another measure inside there that we might have missed the first time. So President Knoyer, I want to, is that?
Yes.
Like objectives, same, tactical team, same, and then you're going to hear the updates at the roundtables. Is that fair enough?
Yes, and I think what Dr. Fields was alluding to is that if we make great gains, for example, in an academic goal, we might move
absolutely.
that goal, but not necessarily, we're not taking it all away. We're just
Correct.
going to increase
Very
that
good.
goal because we're making good headway.
Very good. And when you initially set them, which today arguably we're kind of starting that process, the tactical team, by my observation, is trying to set targets that are SMART goals, strategic,
Right.
measurable, attainable, and I'll just stop there. Realistic, time bound. I mean, okay, but it's that attainable. So to your point, and now I understand your point, thank you, we may have undershot the attainable thing. So that doesn't mean we freeze. It just means we had set it at 80, we hit it 2 years into the 4-year plan. So now the tactical team is saying, can we get 82?
Yeah.
In the next 2 years? Or, like, what do we move that number to? The purpose of the strategic roundtables
Right.
is to recalibrate those.
Right.
Like we hit it 2 years early, so we're going to move it out. And we've had a good long discussion, and we're going to share with the board that we think we're going to set that target out to 84. I'm making numbers up, y'all know that,
Of
right?
course.
Okay, like I'm just picking numbers out.
Ms. Knoyer,
Yes.
I want to make a comment as well. One thing that I think needs to really made aware to the community is the fact that these could always change, not just in the academic sense, but on our facility side, on any other area, because there are variables that are going to occur through time that will change things. Even funding from Austin, that puts us in a very different position. So this document, and just correct me if I'm incorrect, Dr. Gibson, is that it is supposed to be reviewed consistently so that we are adjusting and modifying our approach as we're going through.
Correct.
But the other more important one that I think is critical is it builds an institutional process that outlives board members, outlives superintendents, and it's a focus as we keep going. And just my thoughts is this is a pretty good instrument, better than I've seen anywhere. So, but all that is true, right?
Absolutely, everything you said is true. And I mean, just to add a little flavor to your very good assessment, that when I told the board near here that I was finished, I think I told y'all this, but so we were in year 1 of the next 4 years, and there in the last 2 or 3 months, I was basically just the board's concierge, getting you food for me, like that. Look, I didn't have much more power and authority left, and by the way, I was happy with that. But the headhunter group to hire my replacement came down and knocked on the door while they were working on the search. And they said, hey, the board's saying that the new superintendent doesn't need to do a strategic plan, that y'all are in year one of a 4-year plan. So to your point, Mr. Macias, see, and I was like, you're their, or they're your client, or you're their client. I mean, you know, you need, I think that sounds pretty good. I didn't coach them to say that. They were just like, no, we're in year one of a 4-year plan. New person coming in just finishes these 3 years, and then the next one, to your point. And one last slide, I promise. Well, let me, before we move off of this, and then we'll touch on that, and then we're going to get rolling. Column 1, Mr. Macias, to your point, I'm going to read these. I know you can read, but objective, column 1, growth in student achievement, student experience and well-being, college, career, and military readiness, faculty, staff recruiting and retention, faculty and staff engagement and satisfaction, faculty and staff capacity building, parent and family satisfaction engagement, connection with governmental institutions, business and community partnerships, long-range facility planning, equity of funds, systematic long-range facility planning. Those objectives are what doesn't move for 4 years. Everything to the right of it moves. Does that, I mean, it should, like it's just tweak, adjust. The round tables, again, I've said this the third time, so it's last time, but the round tables are the opportunity for the tactical team to just communicate, here's a change, and here's why we're doing the change, or here's a measure that just needs an update. So if you look at, for everybody in the room, this is Edward Deming's classic plan, do, check, act. That's what we're doing here. If you want to Google it, if you have trouble sleeping, Google Deming, and he actually said PDSA. I like PDCA because as educators, we can get stuck in study. So he said plan, do, study, act. But me as a teacher and a curriculum director, I can get in the S of PDSA and never get out, right? Check is we have agreed upon instruments, and we know, Ms. Saunders, like, tell me, like, not STAR, but like what's an interim measure for a third grader?
Like their map data?
Map data, right there. She just said, so what the check is the map data.
MOI.
Right, that's your MOY check. So when you look at this slide, I would argue today we're in the upper left-hand corner of the plan. And we've been at that, and I get it. Some people are frustrated that it's taken a while, but this is what Stephen Covey says, measure twice and cut once. Like once it's done, and when I'm thinking we're closed tonight, that's the purpose of today, then the plan in some ways is over. I want everyone in the room to hear this. The tactical and the operational teams, tactical administrators, teachers, and frontline staff, they do all of the doing and all of the acting. Right? No board member does doing and acting.
Right.
Okay, right. Or they shouldn't, yes, ma'am. If you're following the strategic role versus the tactical role. But what we're proposing is that the strategic team and the tactical team share with each other the check and the plan. That's a time to just share and talk to each other. All right, President Knoyer, I'm just going to leave it at that in way of introduction. But we're here arguably for the launch of the plan to soon have a decision about what you want to present monthly. And then I would think of February MOY. Kristen, I'm kind of looking, you know, February MOY. Does that make sense to everybody? Because there's just a lot of data in February. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if this is the right time for it, so if it's not, we'll just wait till it is the right time. But on the balanced scorecard, are these set in stone already, these student outcome goals?
No, ma'am.
Everything is to discuss this evening. I would tell you that if we're talking about the student outcome goals, that's based on the 1053 that we actually discussed as a board and got pre-approval, not approval, but we
Consensus.
said that consensus that that's how we were going to move forward. So that's how we set these goals.
We never did that.
Don't,
Yes, we did.
Oh, we did.
Yes, we did.
Well,
I've
Never heard
actually,
10-5-3 before.
I've actually been waiting for a involved discussion on where to set the goals, because I haven't been happy with where we've had them, and I've been waiting for that time. So I'm hoping this isn't what we've decided on.
Yes, this is exactly what we said that we were going to move forward with, and I even came to the board and told you that we were going to speak about it in convocation, and that's when it first came up.
Yeah, I heard it on convocation. But I'm just
Now,
going to
I'm
put
not-
it, say for the record, I'm not excited about these goals, these academic goals at all. And I didn't think of them as having been decided on. So I don't know where we go with that, or if it's too late, or what.
I would say that this would be our recommendation as we move forward. If the board collectively says that they want to move away from 1053, we can go back and make that adjustment. But I think as a cabinet and as a board, we came together before we mentioned this at convocation and spoke about what we were going to announce to the public. So, and basically what we're saying here, and what Mr. Gibson, or what Dr. Gibson said earlier, what Greg said earlier, is that we set these as a goal. That gives us a plan that lets us know incrementally, annually, where we should be. But we've identified what the strategic objective is. We've identified what the tactical actions are going to be to get that done. We've identified what we're going to look at to measure whether we're moving towards it or away from it. And then we have the long-term outcomes. Now, what we can do is if we see that we're moving exponentially towards the long-term outcomes, and let's say at the end of the year, we get our taper report back and we've hit these goals, then what we can do and what we just talked about is we can readjust that and move it out even further. We're not saying that this will be the culmination or the end of what we're targeting for. We're just saying right now, this is what we plan to accomplish. Now, at the end, if we see that we're doing better, then we'll move that goal up or we'll tweak it, and we can come back as a board and a cabinet and say we need to readjust this. I would tell you, just based on the information that you're going to get this evening from our curriculum instruction department, is that our BOIs in comparison to last year to this year have increased. And I know that we have some academic coordinators in the audience who can speak to that as well. We anticipate making tremendous gains on that. So at the end of the year, we may come back and say, hey, we set that goal for 1053. We talked about it at convocation, but we can still move forward and do better and
Well,
readjust.
the 1053, just to say it for the community, is 10%
Approaches,
up in approaches, 5%
Increase.
in.
Increase.
Increase, over a 4-year period.
Yes, ma'am.
Not in an annual period, but over 4
Oh,
years.
definitely.
Yeah, we're going to take 4 years to increase 10%. That's our goal. We're going to take 4 years to move 5% in
Correct.
meets, and we're going to take 4 years to move 3% in
And masters,
masters.
yes, ma'am.
And I find that, I'm just going to say for the record, I find that anemic and weak, and especially in a climate where we're looking at serious concerns about voucher competition, charter competition. I don't see this as very
I-
competitive. So I don't know where we go from there.
I'm going to let you guys in just a second. I want to say this, though. I want us to be careful with our communication. We have campuses in the district that are working very hard towards increasing and have done that over the last year. And when they see an overall movement on their campus of 3 to 5%, that's celebrated. Because we have students who are truly struggling, and their deficits go back way further than what you can make up in a year. So I don't want to give the impression that those type of advances are anemic when we've had schools that have worked years and have been unable to accomplish that in their areas. Now, we're working hard We have plans in place where we think that we'll be successful. But to give the impression that if we move forward 10% in an area, that that's an anemic progress. In addition, what we said when we said 1053 is we sat down. They sat down. I know, Ms. Eaton, I'm going to get to you. They sat down as a curriculum and instruction department and came back and said, this is what makes us comparable with other districts in the Bexar County area. That's how we introduced this. This is what makes us comparable and closer to what the state average is. And this is what we felt like we needed to do and set as a goal. And we put that out there. The students are on board. I believe that our faculty, I know our faculty is on board. We talked about it extensively. And I just want to be careful with the words that we use.
Well, if I may, and I apologize, I probably should have said, well, I was going to say, because you gave me a window to say maybe I should ask this later. So I probably should have said, you did say that. So and I appreciate you saying it. I probably should have said one thing. What I'm seeing is working well with the strategic roundtables is that the tactical team is, and I think tonight we're positioned to lay out information on 1.1, 1.2, is that right?
We were going to, I didn't want to start with the academic portion because we've actually gone over this with you already. This wouldn't be the first time that we spoke about these scores. So I wanted to start at the end under finance and operations and then work our way back because
Yeah,
those are newer.
Yeah, those are newer. It's the first time you're going to hear information. And so this needs to be established. So President Knorr, we need to agree. The protocol for feedback from the strategic team to the tactical team that I've seen work the best is when we finished, let's say 4.1, then which is feedback, what is the strength? Now we're asking the board, what is the strength of what you heard? What is a consideration? What is something that the board would like the tactical team to consider? And then what is unclear? So I'm going to use your example. You would be proposing a consideration, hypothetically, that we consider the 10.53 being more robust than that. Is that fair to say? Okay, so then the way we would capture that is that trustee said that consider high, and that's the way we capture the feedback. I want to make sure, does that make sense? So
Yes.
a strength, this is something good that I heard. Here's something that is still unclear to me. So if you haven't formed an opinion, but that doesn't quite make sense to me, then just say it. And we can do this one of two ways. Y'all can say it out loud, and I'll capture all the notes and type them up and send them to you. Or at the end of this, y'all can just scribe 4.1, here's a strength. You can just turn them in, and I'll just ask y'all what you would like to do tonight. It's good with me either way. I'm prepared to just take notes listening to the board.
As a cabinet, we'd like to discuss it tonight, but I would like to focus on the areas that we're talking about as opposed to just jumping in throughout the entire document. So if we could start from the end and work our way to the beginning, I'd appreciate that.
I just have a question on the columns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before we go, not any of the details of the columns, though. Although I will say for the record, if there was a 10.53 conversation, it did not happen with this entire board. I was at the last strategic planning with you, and I'll go back and watch the video. But we intentionally stopped talking numbers. There was a very explicit discussion that we weren't ready because we were 2 hours and 45 minutes into that meeting. And the first time, most of us on this board, because some of us were sitting next to each other, heard the numbers 10.53 was that convocation. It was never heard in a board quorum at all. So I'll go back and watch the video, and I'm sure everybody else will too. But I'm telling you, 10.53 was not consensus at our, okay, Ms. Eaton, I said we're all going to go back and watch the
I
video.
ain't said shit. Shut up.
Ms. Eaton,
That's enough.
You're interrupting me while I'm speaking,
I wasn't
ma'am.
talking to you.
Ms. Eaton, Ms.
She
Eaton,
needs to leave me alone, and you know why.
Ms. Eaton, could you bring it down just a little, please?
I just want to make sure they can hear me.
Yes, ma'am. Would you bring it down just a little bit, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need to take a break?
I don't need a break, but she needs to leave me alone.
All right, Ms. Eaton.
Okay, as I was saying before I was interrupted, yeah, if somebody can give me the minute and seconds of a meeting where we discuss that, I think there's a number of us who are just not recalling that conversation.
Okay.
But question on the column, so strategic objective column. we talked about this at a number of the meetings, and I'm still confused on what that column, which is our column, we own that
Right.
column, right? Like, that's the 7 of ours.
The
Or
non-gray one.
The whole team, but really,
We tried to outline it here so you can
Correct.
see
Well-
anywhere where you see green on this last
Yes.
one are your columns to
so
adopt.
what I don't understand, and I've asked this number of times, is I still don't understand why there's no verbs in that column, right? There's no subject, there's no predicate, there's no verbs, there's no outcomes. And again, I look at lots of other balanced scorecards, other districts that you work with,
Right.
things, and I don't see things like student experience well-being, because that's not an objective, right? It's a category, but it's not an objective.
Okay, so I'm-
And I look at, can I give you an example? Like NEISD's is, campuses will provide quality program, what they'll provide, right? Who is going to do what to support college and career and military and life readiness? Or students will have opportunities aligned with their interests to increase a sense of belonging and engagement. So that's what I see, and I've seen it on a number of other scorecards. I guess I still don't understand why,
So I'm going to, if
There's
it's
no
okay,
sentence.
well, I'm going to capture a consideration that column 1 be written in a statement format.
okay, who is going to do what and for what purpose, right?
That's a statement
Right, and big
format,
things,
yeah.
yeah, like big board strategic-y type
Right,
things. Okay,
yep,
Thank
got it, I got the note.
that was
So-
the question, thank you.
Again, if we could go
Overall.
ahead and start with finance and operations, so Mr. Brooks, Ms. Davis,
And
oh,
I'm
Mr. Brooks
sorry,
is gone.
I've been waiting patiently as well, and I obviously want to address this too for the sake of this discussion. This document is something that we're going to be voting on entirely, so we have to look at the whole document. Yes, we're going to look at the back end, which you want to see, Dr. Fields, but we have to have the conversation here because, again, we're going to approve this thing. So I want to make sure we are all comfortable with it. And the thing that I'm one of the biggest proponents for aspirational goals. I've been very vocal about us needing to achieve. You know that, and I trust that you know that, and your team knows that. But I've come to a consensus that we're not going to find the answer by just putting the data there. I still want that data to be high. There are things that we need to do to support those efforts in the classroom and with administration, which means it's an ongoing progress, a work in progress. So I want no one in the community to think that I'm okay with these numbers for right now. Right now, they're set, but we need to set some numbers to move forward and then make those adjustments. And the other thing that needs to be clear, we don't have a lot of offensive firepower because we don't have the funding to do more things that will help support classrooms, like hire more teacher aides, give more support in SPED. I mean, we could just list everything that we have challenges in achieving, but yet we're trying to get to this next level. I would love to do more to help students individually with discipline, more in middle school. But again, where are the resources for us to do that? So we're sort of in this really bad place right now in terms of public education. But no, Ms. Stanford, my dear buddy over here, that we do plan to move forward and evaluate these things at the next opportunity with additional funding, additional support, upping those numbers as we go forward. But it's not a permanent thing. That's what my deal would be. This
Not at all. Well said.
Evolving.
Well said, Mr. Macias. I would also add that, Ms. Stanford, aspirationally, I want to see a balanced budget, but I wouldn't be so bold as to say next year we're going to have a balanced budget when we know that we have a deficit as the one that we do. It's something that we can aspire to get to, but realistically, these are the types of gains that we think that we can make. If we see ourselves making tremendous gains in that area, then we can adjust that. And I think that you're going to find that in almost all of these, but I'd ask that you allow us to go through the particular areas as we move forward, and then we can discuss each one. Yes, ma'am, we're coming back. So, I'm sorry?
I'm good starting at the end.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, yes, ma'am. So first up is going to be,
Trustees, is it fair for me to ask you all to frame your follow-up comments in strength, consideration, or unclear? Yeah, this is a strength, and then this is a consideration. You just gave me a consideration. Would the tactical team consider column 1 being written in a full statement, and then unclear?
Unclear.
Right, I don't, strength, consideration, and unclear. Does this make sense? Like, it's so unclear, I couldn't even tell you what to consider. Well, maybe we'll get paddles or lights, y'all could hit buttons, and you could have red, yellow, green lights come up, but it just, my experience is it really helps to just sort it in those 3 buckets. Does every,
So we would say,
I have a consideration for you to consider,
something for you to consider,
Or a strength.
or this is a strength of what I,
like this thing,
that's a
Strength.
strength.
or I don't get this.
That's unclear.
unclear.
That's
This is
exactly
unclear.
right. That's exactly right.
Go from unclear to consideration, right?
Well,
Maybe.
potentially, but see,
It may come
unclear,
later.
you're almost communicating that from a tactical standpoint, if we see a bunch of unclears on the same
Then
objective.
maybe we haven't articulated
That's
the way
exactly-
that we thought
okay,
that we
that's
did,
exact-
because we feel like this is pretty straightforward. But if we could just get started with one, I
Yep.
think it'll clear up everything for everybody. But I think we got to just get on this bike and run. I would also say, before we get going, to everybody here with us this evening and everybody around the table, this is stressful. Trust me, nobody knows like I do. But let's remember why we're here: for the betterment of what's best for students. And I think that this is going to go a long way in helping out our district. So first up is going to be priority number 4. So as you go through this, and for everybody watching, at the top you see where it says P4. That means that as a district, we sat down and came up with 4 priorities for the district. This is the 4th one. And under this priority, it says finance and operations. Now, under finance and operations, we came up with the first line is supposed to be the strategic objective. And when Ms. Ryan just gave us a consideration, she stated that in that strategic objective, rather than it say long-range facilities planning, it could be more descriptive in what we want to see inside of that. Now, the first column, 4.1.1, it says manage enrollment and fluctuation. That's going to be the tactical objectives, or the tactical ways actions that we go about getting things done. And then you're going to see under demographer's report, those will be the progress measures that we're looking at to determine whether or not we're getting there or away from it. And then for the final one, you'll see the long-term objectives of what we feel like we can accomplish by the year 2028. So Mr. Brooks, if you could go ahead and start off, you and your team, with long-range facilities planning. And I'd like to note that a lot of the coordinators and the people involved with this scorecard are in the audience tonight, because this is not something that's exclusive to the cabinet. This is what our administration and our district leadership have said that we feel comfortable in making sure that we make this come to fruition. So, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, as Dr. Fields just stated, priority 4.1 of the strategic objective, long-range facility planning. 4.1.1 is one of our key tactical actions, manage enrollment fluctuations and demographic shifts in the district. Our progress measure with that would be the demographers. We're working currently right now with Templeton demographics to go over our district makeup as far as housing and enrollment of students. Also, our PEIMS report. Our long-term outcomes is by 2028, JISD will move from the current state to ensuring that all campus facility usage is between 80 to 90% functional capacity.
Now, when we say the current state, we went through, and I know that some of you may have seen that, our usage capacity. You spoke about it several times, Ms. Ryan. And it's about how many students are at the campus, how many students the campus can hold, and then we determine whether that's 70%, 80%, 90%. We want to make sure that we function at a 80 to 90% capacity. We're not trying to get to 100%. We just want to make sure that we're between 80 and 90. And we want to make sure, and we can do that by redrawing district lines. We're going to have to do some district lines when it comes to the new middle school. When it comes to the new elementary school. So these are some of the things that we'll keep in consideration, and we'll look at the Templeton report to say, hey, how many more students should be at this school as we move forward? And we'll look at our PEIMS report. How many kids, when Dr. Goss comes back and says, this is how many kids actually showed up. So this is what we'll be looking at as we go to maintain that facility capacity. In addition, we're going by raw square footage at some of these campuses. But if you go back to the campuses now, some of them have been in existence for 50 years. And a lot of what used to be a classroom has now been repurposed as an office or a Eagle Bucks store that the students go to that you guys saw at the last board meeting. That's not capacity that then you can put a student into, where in the past it would be one of the areas that we use as a capacity. So we need to readjust our capacities, and I know that our facilities team and our custodial team are actually going through now to make sure that we're functioning at the capacity and getting the right capacity usage documented at each of the campuses, because we don't want to say because of the square footage, this is how many students can go in there if we've repurposed a lot of rooms that really can't go back.
Will we have like an overall report?
We do, yes ma'am. Yes ma'am, we do.
We do?
We do. We have an overall report on that. We're just going back to check it to determine that the capacity levels are at the right levels.
I noted, I'm sorry, I was trying to eat an Altoids and I turned my mic off.
Don't worry about it.
I noticed in the 4.1 reported biannually, see, that would line up well with this, what I was saying about the two strategic
Yes,
roundtables. And that was on here before I said the two, and so you would hear those reports twice annually at the minimum.
Excellent. So now the next one is the facilities assessment plan. So, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. Key tactical actions, 4.1.2, evaluate the state of all campuses and district facilities and prepare a long-range facilities plan. Our progress measures for that would be prioritizing the district facilities plan, meaning, and you'll, next week we'll have a item coming to the board that talks about our facilities plan, our long-range plan that we're going through right now. An assessment is being conducted, and that assessment will prioritize the items that the companies find. They'll put, hey, this is what we suggest you tackle first, and here's a cost associated with those, and so on and so forth. So each item that they find, they will put a prioritization to it with a cost associated with it, and then we would come up with a calendar as to how we would then go about addressing each of those findings from the assessment that we do receive. And so with that, the outcome measure for that, by 2028, JISD will ensure strategic replacement, repair of broken equipment, or renovation of outdated facilities, as indicated in the in the calendar of priority action items in the facilities assessment plan, again, reported biannually. The third and last one for the tactical actions is 4.1.3, identify and pursue funding to implement a proactive facilities plan. And the way we would do that as far as a progress measure, we would be looking at existing bond funds, any future bonds that we would need to go for in the sense of addressing the different items that the assessment finds, the long-term assessment finds, and then obviously the fund balance. We would try to make sure that whatever funding sources that we need to address the issues that we would have in the district regarding the facilities that we have, we would go through the proper funding. And so with that, by 2028, Judson ISD will increase the efficiency of building utilization by using the last one. By 2028, any future bond proposal will account for the prioritization calendar items indicated on the facilities assessment plan. So obviously, as we find the different assessment, during that assessment, the different items that are found, we can't eat the elephant all at once. We would have to figure out, okay, which of these items do we need to package in a future bond to address getting those things done? And then which items can we address now with current bond money, any unallocated interest, or unallocated funding that we currently have, where we finished all of the projects under that bond, and we have extra monies that we can then go back and address whatever items that the long-range assessment has identified. Yes, ma'am.
Just want to be sure, in the 1.2 section, does that include a mapping of all the needs of equipment and so on at each campus? In other words, the age of the roof on these campuses, the age of the AC, and when we might expect to have to replace those large ticket items? Is that where that goes?
Yes, ma'am,
all left
exactly.
to do.
So the assessment has already been done, right, with the first item that was taken back in March of 2022. That assessment is going to be updated based on the work of the bond. The second part of the assessment will essentially be, here's how much it's going to cost, and here's what we recommend from a technical point of view, because we're hiring professional services, where we think you should prioritize both your projects and obviously the money.
Okay.
And this is, again, just, I missed a minute of this, but this is all aligned towards the idea of trying to get bonds to pay for all future facility issues that we might come across. Is that correct, or am I?
Not all.
Not all.
Not all, Mr. Macias. I would tell you that definitely we're going to use it for that. But one of the things that Ms. Stanford said in one of the board meetings is, can we project when some of this stuff is going to break? This is an opportunity for us to go through and get an assessment, have a company come back and say, these are all the chillers in the district. This one was moving and shaking when we walked up to it. So the next one that gets fixed ought to be that one. So now when we prioritize, we can come back and say, hey, we have funds left over in 2016 or 2017. It'll cost $300,000 to replace this chiller. We have the funding available. Oftentimes, we would go back to that campus and say, is there something that we need to fix here? But if we know that there's a bigger priority somewhere else in the district, we can use it for that. Now, when we get ready to go out for a bond, we're definitely going to pull out this same list of assessment and say, these are things that we really need to get done quickly. So we would ask that we add those into the bond.
It's fair to say that that assessment never has the word draft off of it.
Correct.
Right, because
Correct.
it's just that day,
It's ongoing.
and then tomorrow, it's a different list because the thing crapped out, and so we got
And
to.
I guess my point would be that we do know the life cycle of our football fields. We do know our life cycle of our tracks. We know our life cycle of our roofs.
Yes, sir.
And all of that. And sometimes we're in a position where we have an emergency repair. And so if we can get ahead of it, knowing in 10 years we need a new football field, we put that on that. So that's what I'm hoping this is going to accomplish controllably, right? Because there are things we can't control. There could be a bad chiller, and we've
Correct.
got to get a new one. But at least we may have extra bond funds, as you said, that could be kind of planned in that. The other thing is that we
Mr.
did,
Macias, before you move to the other thing, if you don't mind, so there's a consideration there, so restate it in a consideration,
a consideration
that we get ahead of planning.
that we basically just identify what the needs will be, the life cycle of facilities, and that we have a plan to at least go for an infrastructure improvement bond without having to use operational dollars
Okay.
in our account. That's the idea, that we have that. And again, the importance of this is this document outlives all of us.
Correct.
Because again, we see changes in leadership, and everyone forgets what's important, and they're just, we don't want that. So this plan, Dr. Gibson, I bought into the idea that this document will continue to have
Correct.
4 to 6 to maybe 8 years. But doing this work you're doing now is going to be important for us to set that tone today the best we can.
Yes, sir.
And the part I was going to say before Dr. Gibson had made this point was things like buses, other things that we're not thinking, they're not broken, but we can use bond money to buy buses, replenish our fleet. And so anything that's fair game under a bond, I know what I was going to say. And the last thing is to include project management support, because I think that's something that can help, and I've seen the benefit of project management support. Don't forget to include that in this, because we could always use additional support when we have a big bond that we've passed and we need to implement it with fidelity.
Excellent point.
Mr. Salinas had a question.
When was the last time that we had a demographic report? What year?
This year.
Yeah.
This year.
Oh, we already got it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Because
And we're in the
we're talking
process
about
of
that.
going through the growth and planning right now, Mr. Salim.
And that was already made as a report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because one
And
of these days I'd like to.
I would tell you, there's going to be a lot of conversation about it because we're going to have to draw those lines for the new middle school soon. And we're going to have to draw them for the new elementary school soon. So now we can put out to the public and ease some of their anxiety about who would have to shift over to the new campus, who can stay, and all of that stuff.
Even the employees.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Campos?
Yeah. Real quick. I just want to be sure that this goes beyond a bond scope.
This
correct?
is not even a bond scope. This is just an assessment of the district
Good.
for us to prioritize and put numbers to where we know where we stand and what we need to focus on first, because we've had a engineering firm and architects go through and say, this is where you guys need to rank structure with. Now, I'm going to say something up front, and then we can move on to the next one, but it can't be all-encompassing straight out the gate. I know that, you know what I'm saying? Because you guys are going to have to coach us up on, because he just made a good point. Would the football fields and the turf be on there? We just got turf fields. So that might not be a priority for the facilities assessment, but when
It
we
should be on
hear
the
that,
list.
it should be on the list, but if
With
it's
the
not
white
on the list, don't be offended. We'll add it on the list as we move forward. But right now, the things that are really standing out are boilers, chillers, gym floors, because we're getting ready to replace the roofs and the ACs and all the other stuff. We're going to have to start looking at what they're playing on inside those elementary gyms as well. So I know that's part of the focus as we move forward, but as you hear some of the concerns, make sure that we can try and add those to the list as well.
Okay, well then I'll say I see this as a strength.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're going to have a chart or a map
Exactly.
of all the big ticket items, and then we'll add to it as we, like as Mr. Macia said, we come up with other things that, buses, things we know have a life to them. I'd like to see all that in a chart, an organizational chart
Yes,
that we're tracking.
And
And
if
then I would say
I'm
that's
sorry.
a strength.
Well, behind you, it's being captured as a strength. Yay, it's right. She's getting it
Oh,
right there.
okay.
Trustees, my sense earlier was that at least the twice annual, but I just saw heads nod. Does that feel about right? Like at least the twice annual?
yeah.
Okay, so then in the last column on here, just FYI, the only one, you guys put reported biannually on here before I talked to the board about twice annually. The reported biannually goes to the top. And it's not just that one bullet. What we're saying is that all 4 of these bullets are reported to the board twice annually. Does that make sense? Right, right. Just that's what I think we're agreeing to right now, that y'all didn't have the knowledge of the strategic roundtable that we
Correct.
learned. That's the purpose of today, right?
Exactly.
So then the reported biannually, if that makes sense. So, and then I had another thought, President Canoyer, and just let's be realistic. February might be priority 1, and March might be priority 2, 3, and 4.
Correct. And that's what we
Do you see what
plan.
I'm saying?
There'll be something every month on the superintendent report that deals with this, that shows if we're marching towards it or away from it, and the rationale.
But every March, what we're saying is that there's a deep dive into these things, so y'all are looking at the
Like this.
plans.
Correct.
Like twice annually, at least twice annually. You're setting aside time to see where we are on our plan. That's
See that presented to the community too.
Well, it'll be in a format like this with everybody watching, so the
Okay.
community will be
Okay.
able to, yes.
So we're going to, I'm giving a heads up to Ms. Holmes, we're going to need to schedule a meeting in February to go over the academic portion, and then in March to go over the rest of the scorecard. Is that what you're
I'm
recommending?
recommending at least for the first year, and then
Yes.
it might tighten back up where
Okay.
you can do it in one meeting. I didn't say that a while ago, and I don't think there's any way, like, because the first time you go through all the plans, you all are going to have a lot of questions. That's good. And then the more you're part of that, the more you
The
start.
more familiar we are.
More familiar, and then maybe you can tighten it up.
Got it.
I love everything I just heard, by the way.
Thank you. So next, oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Oh, just one thing. Like I saw the TASB facility assessment master plan that they do. It's a dashboard the board has access to. You click on a school, And it's got the roof, and it tells you exactly how much, how old it is. It was beautiful. So talk to TASB. They got some, I hope, or whoever we're working with, hopefully has
See if
that
we can
kind
put it in that
of cool
format.
dashboard, because it was very easy to use. Looked very similar to kind of like the panorama survey results. But anyway, all right, I have 2 considerations and 1 unclear. The one consideration is people like to spread out, right? If you go from a 2-car garage to a 4-car garage, guess what? You're just gonna have twice as much stuff, not twice as much space. You know, I moved into Wortham, we only had 400 kids, everybody had a classroom. Secretaries had, like literally, we just spread out in that entire building. So I don't want, just because a principal had an extra classroom and decided to make it their office, it's still a classroom, right? It's still a classroom. Like, use space when you have it, but that doesn't mean that space is no longer usable as a classroom, and we can still put 22, 24 kids in there. So let's consider, just because it's being used by for something, doesn't mean it has to be used, so I don't want to underestimate our capacity too much.
I didn't want to give the impression that because it was being used and we couldn't. What I was, the example that I gave was, you've been to Candlewood, you've seen the Eagle Bucks
Oh, yes.
store. You don't
Right.
want to come in there and say, move all this out, we're going to turn it back into a classroom.
Correct.
That is now the Eagle Bucks store, you know,
Yes.
and those are the types of things.
Yeah, certain things that are aligned with like absolute priorities, like
Yes.
that's an attendance priority.
Correct.
Thing for that specific unique campus. So like little asterisks will go next to certain things, but not everything that's being used for something is necessarily not capable of being used as a classroom if we need it. The other consideration is 80% concerns me because money's tight everywhere in the entire state, right? And districts are having to look at reducing the number of schools that they have based on their enrollment type thing. And 80% in 4 years feels like that's still gonna be a lot of open seats and a lot of open classrooms in a time when the budget is gonna get really, really tight. So I would like to see that closer, if we're looking at 4 years from now, that closer to like that 90% mark. My unclear on this one is the yearly target. So on a number of the other ones, I see annual, we're gonna do this. I only see 2028 in here, but this is what we're gonna use to make our superintendent evaluation instrument, right? So what I'm not seeing on it in here is like, what is the annual target for each of these through 2028 for us to measure if you are making progress toward the 2028 goal?
Well, yeah, I think at least for the first 24 months, it's, are you receiving the biannual reports in an acceptable manner? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the outcome, is that we can start pulling outcomes out of this data, but there's going to be a lot of wobble on the 80 to 90%, just to use that as an example.
Yeah.
Priority 4 to me is a little bit different than the other 3, in my opinion.
I would also say this, Ms. Ryan. When we first started talking about this, I felt like it was a 4-year scorecard. And we're going to make adjustments and move towards the goal. But it's still a 4-year scorecard, and I don't want to get hung up into an annual scorecard, meaning that we're moving towards a goal in 4 years. Now, sometimes in moving towards that goal, you go back before you can run forward. But the goal is the 4-year goal, not necessarily the annual goal. Because if we start setting annual goals for all of this, then we'll start looking at, well, we didn't make it, we didn't do it, we didn't do it, when we could be in the background making tremendous gains towards getting there, but we had to do some course correcting before we got there. That makes sense to me. I hope it made sense to you, but it's supposed to be a 4-year goal.
From an evaluation or appraisal standpoint, priority 4 for the trustees, maybe you have to listen to the reports, and then it's subjective.
More subjective.
That's right, it's more subjective that I
Like,
feel
Are we making progress?
Do we feel like you're making progress?
That's exactly,
Okay,
that's
okay,
exactly
okay.
right.
Are we
Now-
moving the right
Because
direction?
if you come back and say,
Moving
we're
the
going in the wrong direction, we're going to listen to that and say,
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, I wasn't sure if we needed something, because I saw
No,
annual, and there's a bunch of things in the other boxes that are those. That one, I just didn't see a yearly target, so getting briefings and gut
Right.
feelings may end up just having to be
That you
where we're
just,
at.
and he can, and I'll just say this because I think everybody needs to hear it. He can say whatever he wants to in January or July. When is your?
January.
In January.
In January.
But the point here is that by not January 2025, but January 2026, you've gone through 2 rounds of these reports, and you've got some context, right, for what he's saying, right? Because you've heard these reports twice.
Okay, so I'm no longer unclear on that, so in case you.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, we cleared up.
I'm clear. That's all I'm
Yeah.
like, clear would either turn into a consideration or I'm now clear, so I'm
Yeah.
clear on that one.
Very good.
Next.
Good question.
Gotcha. Next up is equity of funds. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Mr.
Hey, that's
Macias.
okay. No, I went and grabbed Dr. Gosh because obviously I talk too much. So, but I just want to be clear because now I'm a little unclear. But this instrument's still going to be utilized for the superintendent evaluation as a part of it. Okay. Now, I do understand it's a 4-year goal, and I understand that too. But obviously, a crazy scenario, if you lose 50% of your teachers, that's going to be a big problem, and what happened, and we'll have to evaluate and all that. But those things happen. In my time as a board member, working with various superintendents, I don't think we've ever been in a position where we had to let one go because of poor something right now. It's usually, there's another reason, right? So I think there'll be some latitude if we see growth and ability to adapt when there is a setback to going forward. And that gives me some confidence that your administration should be confident that just get to that goal that we want to see 4 years from now. And again, hopefully we can exceed those aspirations. But I just wanted to read.
Do you, just in its cleanest format, the superintendent's evaluation, if I may, is, y'all have heard 2 cycles of reports this year. You're looking at the data, you give a number from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 on 1.1. And then you get the average of what the 7 numbers are for 1. Do you see? Then 1.2, 1.3. And the only thing that I would add to these 12, 13 objectives, 14, whatever it is I think that we need to add to the evaluation board superintendent relations. That does not need to be on the district scorecard. I've got.
I know,
I've
like,
already
we
got it.
talked about where, but that was like 4 meetings. ago.
Right,
This is the
Remember.
basis, and then we need to add a couple of more things to
Board
it.
only.
I didn't want us to get in
And
this conversation
that's a
tonight.
closed session conversation.
Well, I've already created it, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
I've already made one for you, so that it should line up
That
to
we
the
can look at?
scorecard, that you can look at, yes.
And then, before we move on to equity, Mr. Macias, every evaluation period, you will have a comprehensive guide that speaks to each one of these from every one of their departments. That's how we'll show whether we're moving towards or we're moving away, and why we moved away, and what we plan to do to course correct as we go forward. So this is what we will give to support or show that we didn't support it. Next up is equity of funds. Ms. Davis, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. So objective 4.2, we actually broke down into 2 parts, 4.21 and 4.22. 4.21 is, we wanted to create a budget that aligns with our district philosophy for, every campus, student, and department needs. So it's actually a measurable thing that we have when we built this one. The maintenance of equity tool was something that TEA kind of came up with, and we aligned our vision to that as well. So it was actually a measurable part that we started 2 years ago. And TEA, we sent it to TEA for 2 years, and we've passed both times with it. But even though TEA is going to kind of go away from that maintenance of equity tool, because it was mainly created for, like I said, equal is not equity. So Dr. Fields gave me that this morning. But so what equity means is that we have a higher need campus where there's more at-risk kids or more low-income kids that are more susceptible to not doing well, that the equity of funds is placed where the campus is where they need it the most. So it's not just giving everybody the exact same budget. We know that there's special needs in different campuses, so we try to focus that way. And it was actually a measurable tool with TEA, and we've kind of kept that vision in mind. Even though the tool's going to go away this year, we've kept that to make sure we align with those alignments, to make sure that our students are getting the same. And it was, like I said, it was developed when the ESSER funds and ESSER funds were coming in, to make sure that with this increase in funds and now with the decrease in funds, that the decreases weren't disproportionate to the campuses that needed it the most. So we've aligned with that, and we plan to keep that moving forward.
In addition to that, we receive additional funds that we call categorical funds to ensure that the needs of all students are being met, as we have a range of student groups, and sometimes different student groups require different needs. And so things such as Title funds, Title I, like all of our elementary campuses are Title I, receive additional funds in order to ensure that the needs of all students are being met. We receive Title II for professional development. We receive Title III to meet the needs of our emergent bilingual students. And we, in addition to that, also receive state compensatory educational funds for our at-risk students. And so as a district, we have to follow certain parameters that the state provides so that we can then dish out the money into the areas that are mostly needed. And so our goal from the finance department is to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all students and ensuring that there's equitable resource allocation, not necessarily equal. Does that make sense?
So just to add, like I said, school finance is actually incredibly complex. So our job as the finance team is to support the vision of the district and what the district's goals are. So we make sure that if we're getting Fed funds, we're getting all these different types of funds, that we're using them the correct way, that we're reporting it the correct way, and everything is in compliance. So it's not something that we do as a finance by ourselves. It's supporting what the district and what the cabinet and what the board has as an objective as a district to move forward.
And the way that we are going to measure that, so we have the progress measures on the second column, gray column. We have needs assessments from the campus and the district improvement plans, and those are reported to you yearly, but we would be able to then talk about it in our roundtable discussions more in depth. And that's one metric. We also have the second metric listed there as our campus and district budgets and state allotment spend down plans that we share with the board during the budget process. We have a specific budget timeline. As you know, in the last board meeting, we actually discussed moving up that budget timeline, and we've already shared with you those dates. We're actually going to begin the process of budgets in November. You'll also notice that in this upcoming meeting, we're no longer 2 months behind on the monthly financials. You'll notice that the agenda specifically says financials as of September 30th. So one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to close that gap so that we could be, excellent, thank you, so that you could know with more accuracy where we're at. So we moved that up 1 month, and we did that in preparation for starting the budget process in November. The other metric that you see there is developing a budget protocol. We always talk about what we do in practice, but I think it was mentioned earlier in a conversation where we want to not just have that practice, but we want to have that practice in a written standard procedure, so that regardless of who's standing up here, who is in administration, that procedure is clear as to how we will develop our budgets, what is the priority for us, and how we're going to do it every year. And then we can take that procedure, analyze it, revamp it, take feedback, and move forward. And then finally, the last metric is the establishing of a quarterly budget usage review. Again, some things that we do in practice, but now we'll have a report to share with the board. Oftentimes, I know that we send emails to the campuses, make sure that you have your state comp ed allotment spent by the end of the year. But now this time we can add a metric to it. At the end of the first quarter, campuses, we would like to see that at least 25% of your state comp ed funds are used or encumbered. We know that sometimes there might be a PD that doesn't come until January, but if you've encumbered it, then you're showing good fiduciary responsibility as to how we're going to spend those funds. And then again, at the end of the second quarter. So that's something that we haven't done, but it's going to be established, and it's a report and a metric that we can share with the board periodically. So then we move over to the last, and you can see that by 2028, we have 2 goals: meeting the needs of all student groups, and by that, we mean all our students here in Judson ISD. That is one of the metrics as well, the maintenance of equity finance assessment. And then by 2028, to ensure that campuses and departments utilize or encumber at least 75% of the allotted discretionary funds by the end of March, which is by the end of third quarter. Of course, we will be sharing the metrics with you and reporting quarterly. Every quarter, we want to see a quarter of the funds spent or encumbered. Any questions?
One unclear and one strange. Could you send us, you said we have been doing a maintenance of equity, hold on, what's it called? Finance assessment for the last 2 years?
Yes.
Oh, could we get a copy, just so we can see what it looks like? Just-
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
awesome. I've never seen one of those, so I have no idea what's on it, so that will make me clear. And then I think that
fun to look
strength, that you know I love to read numbers, I hope it's really long. I think the strength is that continued spending, right? Because we'll hear from Jody, is Jody here? Like, all of a sudden Jody's running around, last minute, it's June, everybody's on vacation, and people have to spend money, right? And so getting them to encumber and plan those funds out so we are expending at a more consistent pace, I think that's going to be a huge strength of this is, and everybody knows to spend your money. So thumbs up on that one too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're about to get that cleared up. Yeah.
And I just had a comment as well. In terms of this equity of funds, it's important, obviously, for the board to understand what administration is doing, but in terms of academic outcomes that are tied to investments in title dollars, that are tied to the allotment in GT and bilingual,
Yes, sir.
and all that, would we have an expectation to see the correlation between where funding is and what academic outcomes are looking like in those areas?
Yes, sir. The district improvement plan is actually required, it's required by the state that we actually allocate the funds. There are certain things that campuses say, I'd like to use these funds for. It must be documented legally in the district improvement plan, which funds they're going to use, what
the
is the
campus- and the
strategic.
campus improvement
And the campus improvement plan, both.
What I mean, though, is are we going to see that as part of the assessment? I mean,
Yeah. Yes, sir, because in the campus improvement plan and in the district improvement plan, there's quarterly reviews that we share with you. So for example, in this next board meeting, you're going to see where we're at so far, and then we can share that with you quarterly as well. So those would be reviews.
Do you, and if I may, like, this is really important. So there's times of the year that you're getting things like that. What I think is really important on a go-forward basis is making this connection to 4.2.2
Yes, sir.
When we talk of it.
when you talk about it at the board meeting. If I'm a trustee, it feels random, but then if you're saying, no, this is the 4.2.2, oh, okay, now I'm in that part of my brain.
So we can make those annotations as we build the agenda.
I think that's what I'm hearing. I think that would be
We could.
productive for everybody.
Yeah.
But to your point,
Yes.
Mr. Macias, you said, will we make sure that they're tied to? I would tell you that Ms. Burton and the finance department, they don't even approve it unless it's attached to one of those. So for us to come back and say it's attached to this one, you're not going to get a yes unless it's in your campus improvement plan. And it's not going to get in your campus improvement plan unless it's related to the district improvement plan. So that's where that kind of.
and just so that I'm clear, the examples I'll give you, I guess, lend itself to the question and why I mentioned it. We made an enormous investment of title money in pre-K when we switched. What was the academic outcomes? That's money we made consciously there rather than putting it anywhere else there's a title need. And then secondly, the board typically doesn't look heavily at title because that's something the administration controls. But in my first term, I found that a book program where kids were given backpacks full of books and they take them home in the summer. We spent $200,000 on it, but there was no assessment that we were even evaluating. Did they do anything with the books? Teachers had to put them together, and that was manpower during the day. In my opinion, that was not effective use of that resource because, again, it wasn't tied to academic outcomes. It looked great on paper, summer reading program, but it wasn't really producing the results. So since we don't look that heavily in title, I have to trust that you guys are, and occasionally we'll get input from employees about things like that, but I need to know the academic tie-in to know that every dollar we have is moving the needle somewhere. And that's my point for that.
If ever there's one where you have a concern on, let us know. I can tell you that, again, the scrutiny that you have to go through to be able to use federal funds to do something like that, Ms. Burton's kind of hard to get past. I'll
And-
just say it like that.
And if I may add to answer to that question specifically, sir, that predates this administration, we no longer do that.
And you're right, and that's what I said my first term. That was a very different world from now, but it did open my mind to the idea that we also need to be cognizant of those things.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I think Laura and I asked a similar question when the district improvement plan came on the agenda last year, because we hadn't approved one of those yet, which is, okay, if on this year's, we say, we're going to do this, spend this, and we're going to go up 10% on our EOI, right? Because that's in there. What I don't think we see is, well, did we go up 10%, right? We're not reporting out on the DIP, on the actual results. We went up 13%, or we only went up 8%. Oh, we only went up 8, so now this year, on next year's, DIP, now we're going to do this type thing. So I think we're not just looking at taper reports. I think where do we get those? Because you said there's a quarterly DIP review. I don't think I've ever seen.
Well,
have I seen one of
it
those?
doesn't come to the board. It's done by administration, and it's actually marked in the district improvement plan. And the district improvement plan is posted on our website. So one of the things that we can do, since we've listed it as a metric, is you approve it once annually.
Yep.
And so you'll get to see how it's written, what are the goals of administration based on the campus improvement plans. Then we develop the district improvement plan to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the campuses. And then what we can do in our, I believe would be great to add it to the quarterly roundtable, where you can then see where we're at with those progress
Yeah, we're making
reviews.
progress toward those. Did we meet those
Yes.
goals? If we didn't, how can we adjust? What do you need from us type
Yes, ma'am.
conversation?
And actually, it's not quarterly, it's 3 times a year, right? Okay, so
It is quarterly? Okay. Okay, awesome.
So what I'm hearing is that anything that's referenced in this document should be something that we want to talk about at our strategic roundtables. So
Yes, ma'am.
that all of that, because it's referenced here, would come back.
Correct.
And
If
then-
the metric is
Some of them
listed,
are going to be on the monthly superintendent report, right?
Definitely. Yes, ma'am. Some,
still- I
but
still
we'll
hope-
still talk about them here.
I
It's
still want
just
the
that
tie-in.
we're going to make our superintendent report less the flavor of the month and stick to the scorecard. Stick to what the board goals are. This is what we said we were going to do. This is how we're going to get to it. Does that make sense?
And then the roundtables are the deep dive like this with chart paper on the wall, capturing the notes. Oh, Kristen's doing great. Thank you. Thank you. You just,
All right, so please, the systematic long-range financial planning? Or did we already speak to that? We didn't talk about
we will go through it quickly, yes.
So 4.3, the objectives is obviously long-range financial planning. I will tell you, when I got here, we had 3 financial softwares in 3 years, and the stress that was in the business office was tremendous. So obviously, part of it is, as a finance office, as a business office, we're actually working in 3 fiscal years all year round. I know in November, we bring you the first maybe budget update, but actually, we're working in last year's budget, trying to close out with auditors. We're obviously in the current budget, and we're already planning for next year's budget. So we start looking at everything like that, and the challenge that was before was, like I said, 3 softwares in 3 years. So we made it part of our conscious decision to make sure that we're a little more transparent and that we have good data we can give the board and we can show you what we're doing moving forward. And part of that process was when we're building budgets, to give the budget managers, like the campus and department managers who in charge of their campus and department budgets, to be meet with them, one-on-one, so they can understand how the budget works and we can help them budget and plan accordingly as we move forward as a district.
Get away.
Sneak right past this one on me. Sorry, anyway, I'll yield if anybody else has a question first. I'm more than happy to, so. Okay, I got a lot of unclear, sorry. Or maybe they will become clearer. So the decrease the deficit by 1% annually.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we have a 26 or 23, I guess the math really isn't
24.
super. We want to go with 20, we'll go with $24 million deficit this year. Are we saying?
Well, we
we're
really had a
gonna
36, but yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I was going to say that.
Yeah,
number,
I
but
want to
want you
give
yell at
credit
me.
to the finance team for what they did.
About 36, 37. So does that mean we're going to cut $360,000 100,000 off that, so next year, our goal is to have a 36.6, or $36 million deficit?
Well,
Am I reading this right?
Well, I can tell you this. The goal is to decrease the deficit, and I asked this same question when we went through this, 1% of what? And it was 1% of the previous deficit. I would tell you that you'll see the caveat at the end that says, barring any governmental or board decisions that may be counterproductive to the outcome of getting that done. And I will go back to the state could come back and do another mandate and say that you guys have to buy this. When we talk about our energy management plan and decreasing the amount of money that we spend on, energy, again, CPS went up
No, that's
4%.
obviously-
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I don't think any of us are
But I don't
non-understanding
want
of
to
that.
give the impression that we can cut our way to a balanced budget. We can't. We're in a situation where we have to increase the amount of funds coming into the district. But we can't cut our way to a balanced budget right now. We
Yes,
have
I'm
to increase the funds
Trying to figure
coming
out,
in.
so if we're at 36.7 or whatever now, let's pull some random number, and we cut that by 370,000, we're still at 36 million deficit budget. Where's that 36 million coming from? Because we don't have it in fund reserve, because we're only gonna have 66 left in fund reserve at the end of this year. So we can't take 36 out if we only have 66.
Again, I would tell
See
you,
where my math's not working?
okay. So I would tell you, long range, what we've done is we've made some certain proposals. The first one was the disaster pennies, which brought us from 36 down to 24. We've already talked about those 3 pennies staying, no change to the tax code or the tax rate. And if we were to get that approved by the voters, then that would be in a $12 million increase to the district in terms of funds. Check me if I'm wrong on any of the stuff as I
Yes,
go.
sir, you're right,
You mean
Dr.
for
Fields.
next year? You mean again?
Next year, we would get it again. We would get it, yes, ma'am, every year. All we have to do is get it approved by the voters.
A Vader?
But it would be voter approved. But even if we just kept the same tax rate, it would be a $12 million decrease. So every year.
What decrease of the deficit?
Decrease of what's, increase of funds. It's not going to really decrease the deficit
Okay, right.
because, yeah, we're in.
It's an increase.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And we got here from the board making, in my opinion, some pretty astute decisions on, how competitive are we going to be in our pay across the region and across Bexar County. And I think it paid off, but we're in a situation where we have to increase funding coming into the district. We are not the only ones in this situation, and I truly believe that the state of Texas is going to come back and make some adjustments to that and increase the amount of funds that are coming back in. But I don't want to sit here and blow smoke and say every year we're going to cut by $10 million, because we can't continue to cut. We are at a situation where we wouldn't be able to teach the kids in the classroom, so.
I guess my consideration is that all of those things you just mentioned are unknowns. You talked to a lot of people, Vader's not going to get passed, and you
I
and we
would
don't know what
disagree.
the
I think that if we educated the voters, we could get that
But
passed.
either way, we're not going to budget based on a Vader because
No,
we have no idea
we
what.
didn't this
And
year.
we
We
can't
didn't.
budget based on what the legislature may or may not do, right?
Correct.
So and again, those are increases to revenue. So as those go up, obviously the deficit, if we get some of those, then less deficit budget.
Correct.
But what are we going to go into our budget cycle? Are we going to go in thinking we can go negative without knowing that there's no more money for sure on the table? There may be more money on the table. We don't know. So
That's one of the reasons you want to start earlier, right? So
That's
that
one of the
you-
reasons I want to
That's
start earlier, but
Yeah.
I also want to state that we're not the only one.
It's
Northside's in
everybody.
this situation.
Yeah.
They're $100 million in a deficit. They're going to be in the same situation we are.
no, I guess my considerations are, what are our board goals? What do we agree is our safe space, right? Is it 90 days in our savings account? Is it 75 days?
I
Is it
don't, I think
120?
we're way past that. I don't think that we're in a situation now where even the state used to say that you need to have 3 months on hand. I'm looking for some support from the finance
The
department.
state actually says 2 months, they
Right.
said 2 months is what they recommend. It's not required, and then now
It's
they
not
say
required.
2.5
It's
months in
what they
that
recommend.
range.
And
Only the first ratings are the 75 days, right? So you'll fail that one metric if you have
We
less
won't
than
fail it.
75.
No, we've done the calculations ourselves already, we won't fail it, and we won't, and we're not going to.
No, but if you go below 75 days,
Well-
that's the criteria.
Well,
You have to have
well, yeah,
75
now, well,
days.
you're speaking kind of in hypotheticals as well, because the first rating is graded on the prior year. So if 3 years from now, it's going to be from 4 years ago. So now, when we start doing those kind of things, then, like I said, now we're speaking in 3 or 4 year hypotheticals.
so, again, I think that it's not just Judson, it's everyone. And to your point, but, I mean, Mr. Macias has even said this, the state's going to have to come through, and that's why they're talking to the state, because if they don't, we will not be the only ones in this situation.
I'm patiently waiting for Ms.
Yes, sir.
I know, sorry. I'll sum up. So my consideration is that going into next year, since we will already be at less than 90 days, I'm not comfortable being less than 90 days, and I know everybody here, a lot of people here have said they're not comfortable less than 90 days, is that my annual goal is that we just can't spend more than we take in. And I don't know the amount we're going to take in, and we're not going to know, right? We're not going to know. Once something's approved and it's coming in, awesome, then we can go spend it. But until it comes in, it's not money in the hand type thing. I'm not okay with any sort of deficit budget at all next year simply because there just isn't going to be money in the savings account to take out. So
If the board collectively is willing to come back and ask us to look at a plan to cut our services to where we can only spend the amount of money coming in, we will look at that. I don't recommend it as the superintendent.
Well, one of the reasons to start earlier, if that's the consensus, that takes a lot of runway to, right,
That would be Herculean changes
Yeah.
in the services that we offer to Judson
Right.
ISD.
That would be a lot of employees that would lose jobs.
yeah, just say it that way. But,
I
I mean,
want to say it that way because
No,
that's
that's good.
that's what Ms. Ryan
Yeah.
is advocating.
right, but it should,
we've talked about it that way. To pay our bills.
I got it.
Like the money's not there, money's not there.
but I think that, and I know Mr. Macias is waiting patiently, the concept of starting earlier is just to get these discussions done. I mean, that's the point, right? That's
Yes,
why
sir.
you want to do it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think obviously this instrument is, again, to surpass the scenario that we're in. We want to continue savings. Once we get past this crazy time in public education, these are regular type of things that we can expect. I think that we had some citizens speak earlier about the not knowing where we're going. It's because they're hearing narratives like, we got to cut. My opinion, and I'm almost certain my colleagues agree, we're not going to cut. We don't. We will use every last dollar in our fund balance before we cut anything because we're trying to give quality education. And if it means it impacts our ratings for bonds, well, we're already in a messed up position anyway. We're not going to be building schools or anything. We have to offer education to our students. My goal, though, would be is that this board pass a resolution, we send it to Austin, we tell them we're in a position where we need to be funded, we make our legislatures take action. We have time to do that. And that's the active part. That's the part that I think will yield what we need. We all know we're in Texas, it's political. Vouchers are making this very political, and we haven't received funding as a result of that. So to say we need to cut and lose quality teachers, have everyone running for the hills, we're going to lose quality instructors as well because they're going to just leave thinking we don't know what we're doing. We're going to hold the line as long as we can, and then hopefully things will change in Austin. And then if we're 3 or 4 years down from now and they still haven't responded, then we have to do something. But that gives us time.
Well, if I may, just on that, then, I'm going to really double down on what you said. This district's fund balance is being impacted negatively at the same time that $6 billion went into the state fund balance.
Exactly.
That was held
Because they
hostage.
withheld it from the
Was held hostage. I'll say some things, and then I do not work for Judson ISD, nor do my. So one of the things, just so you know, the importance of the letter and the resolution you were talking about, if a voucher is going to pass, I'm just going to say this, and this
Yeah.
does not represent Judson, or if it's going to pass and there's a consideration that the votes are there, make it an emergency item, make it stand alone, pass it, and then don't wait until next December to shake loose of the money you didn't give us this biennium. Pass an emergency resolution in the spring to immediately give us an injection of cash of what should have come to us already, and then add to the basic allotment
Correct.
for the next biennium. Just so that, I'm just telling you, that's what we're working on. Like that, our fund balance is in your fund balance. That's wrong.
And that's certainly what I see. But like I said, I mean, people are concerned, teachers are concerned. There's, people on this board concerned. Cutting that level will cripple our ability to even offer the basic minimum type of education that we need. And we already have challenges. Like I said, we can't play offense because we don't have a lot of resources. They're already limited. We need to be supported.
Just the travesty is
Yeah.
that the money that's not here is sitting in a bank account in Austin. That's what I'm saying.
That was already allocated.
That was al-
But that was from last time, though.
That
Like,
was,
yes,
I'm talking
not
about
even
the
this time.
last time, that's what I'm saying.
So when they
So
meet
it's not
again-
like it's not sitting somewhere.
So if
It's
that
sitting.
was not a real scenario, and Ms. Ryan was saying we got to cut somewhere, I would agree, then we're stuck. But these things are really viable, and then if not, elected officials will then be made accountable.
And that's what got it, that's it, I agree.
You said what I was going to say. Thank you. No, it's okay, because this is a conversation that I've been having with people, parents, over the last couple of weeks, months. And that is, why are we paying school taxes if you all are not getting the money? Because some of them don't believe that we're not getting the money. And I tell them, go back and talk to your representative and find out, why is Austin holding our money, yet here it is time for us to pay taxes again, and you guys are not going to give the school districts the money. And parents should be very upset people should be upset about that, not just parents, because you don't have to have children to be mandated to pay school taxes if you own property in the state of Texas. So they should be very upset about it. But we're doing the best that we can with what we are given. And I commend Judson's staff, our superintendent, I commend you all for stretching that money as far and as wide as you have done. You guys are doing an awesome
You
job.
make a good point, though, Ms. Eden. I mean, they're taking the taxes out. They're just keeping them. So, yes, ma'am. Excellent point. So,
And they want to hold it in Austin. Why?
well, I guess we can go to stakeholder engagement and start off with 3.1. So, Dr. Taganon?
Yes, thank you. So for stakeholder engagement, the big overarching goal is to serve and market to our community and our families and our broader community through communication, collaboration, and connections. So we do have some strategic objectives. Our first is to look at our parent and family satisfaction and engagement. Our specific tactical actions, so our how are we going to do that? We've got 3 listed here. Engagement of district level committees. We want to maximize our opportunities to have two-way communication with our parents and families. We also want to promote our parent and student participation and engagement in school and district level events, and ensure efficiency and effectiveness of our communications on our existing platforms. So just making sure that the information that we're sending out, not just our positive stories, but just informational things, are being communicated to our families. We do have a list of benchmarks, formative type metrics and measures that we will be keeping track of. I am going to ask Dr. Johnson to speak a little bit about our parent engagement in district level committees.
Good evening, Board. There are a couple calculations that I changed. I've gotten some more information since we sent this to you. But in general, the activities listed in 3.1.1, Parent Table Talks, the CPAC, which is the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, the Community Brews, and the Growth and Planning, what I did is created a table for myself. We had a total, between those 4 activities, we had 20 events last year, for a total attendance across the 431 attendees, not counting any of us. And so that's an average of 22 people per meeting or per event. And so the goal, and why I said the recalculation, we're looking for a 20% increase over 4 years. So that really moves us from about 431 people to well over 500 when we start looking at growing that much. So it's basically increasing by just five more people, which we already have some strategies of how to do that using our wonderful principals to help engage families. And then for 3.1.2, some of this will be baseline data. The Wobble and Gobble last year had around 200 people, 2,000 people were fed and 300 participated in the race. So this year we'll look at what our numbers look like, being that that's not until next month. The block party, we had over 4,000 this year. And so that's a pretty good number to have. And then the Grillapalooza is a new event that we'll get our first numbers this year. But the idea is to increase engagement, and these are just some of the ways that we'll be tracking. There's many, as you know, you all attend, there's many more events that we can look at, but these are some of the big ones that we think have a large impact.
The improving efficiency and effectiveness of communications, we are going to track that information on our communication platforms by looking at specific platforms that we use. And so you can see here we listed our social media platforms, but also our website and our YouTube channel. And our YouTube channel houses all of our district-wide videos, our board meetings and such. And so we have some goals to increase followers and subscribers, views, but also interactions. You can see that we do have a district-level LinkedIn account, and that kind of collaborates with our HR department in trying to get broader reach for our vacancies and hard-to-fill positions. And so we've got some work to do in getting our posts viewed, and so that is something that we'll be tracking and reporting back to you all. We have our website, and we want to look at different metrics for our website. So we're working on an analytics piece on it. We just transferred over to not a new company, it got bought out, and so we're doing kind of a website transition, and so we are just trying to figure out how we're going to capture the analytics for that in the best way possible. I think we can move, do we want to stop for strengths and considerations and clarity?
Yep. Do we have any kind of survey to parents to ask them their feedback on how they interface with the district, with receptionists, with teachers, with, every time they come into contact with the district? Do we have a tool for that?
We do have a survey that's actually out right now. It's the Panorama Survey, and campuses do send out their own specific ones, but that is a survey that we are looking into, and so we're looking into providing a mechanism to be able to get that kind of feedback, yes.
Okay, so that's something that we're working on.
That will be something in order to receive feedback, yes.
So I would ask that to be a consideration that we push forward with that, because I'm very interested in our customer service to the community.
Absolutely, I think you're right. For this particular objective, our focus is in-person two-way communication opportunities for this particular 3.1, because it is really important to get survey information. They can be honest. I know Dr. Gosh and I had talked about setting like a pulse check survey every time somebody visits the campus, so we could get data immediately. How was your visit? It's just something very quick that we could do. But for purposes of being able to provide an opportunity for communication that's back and forth was specifically our goal for this one.
Yeah, a survey, so you're working on a survey.
Yes, ma'am.
Good to hear.
It was captured as a consideration also, I watched, yeah.
But I didn't hear the strength. I didn't hear without.
The strength.
Thank you, Dr. Saunders.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Saunders.
Looking a
Thank
little.
you.
I was going to leave that for Monica.
I think we're,
No,
okay, oh,
we didn't
thank
hear
you.
that one.
She's coming into.
Since I am the parent on the board, some questions about, I feel like there's more committees we have than are listed on here, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm concerned about the the participation in those and increasing those, so like, for example, GT committee, we had more parents apply and people got turned down for it, right? We've had the same 3 parents on DSBC for 3 years now, so no new parents have gotten a chance to apply for that. I know we've been asking for a PTA council. They've been asking for that because Comal has, a big district PTA, PTO, council type thing. And so
I can address, we selected some specific committees to target and track based on open membership, right?
Okay.
There's no specific guidelines on these membership. Anybody can come in. For example, the site-based decision, or the district site-based committee, all those letters, there's parameters on membership, length and number of parents and number of community members and things like that. So we didn't want to track those type of committees that had parameters on how to include members. These are some that are open to the community and the parents, and that's why we picked these specific ones to track. As this is a living document, if there is something, like we're going to do parent partners this year, which is a specific parent committee that meets with Dr. Fields, that's an advisory committee. If that is something that we want to track, we can certainly add it. But we wanted to start with something where the committees were open to everyone.
yeah, and I think I would like some additional consideration to more variety of opportunities, because growth and planning might not be somebody's thing. The CPAC is, if you have a special education child. So the number of opportunities, the number of committees where it may be something of interest to them, because again, if you build it, they will come. If you have a meeting, they'll show up. Like we used to do PTA council up here at district, and there'd be 50 PTA parents sitting here and having two-way, conversations with district staff and the superintendent, and that helps build capacity too down on the campuses, right? Because is there some sort of consideration of what can district do to help facilitate to get PTOs on all of our campuses, right? Because it's not always about lack of parental involvement. Some of it is they just don't know where to start. Like there's tinglings of people who might be interested that if there was mentorship, different things that a council could provide, so that, because our parents are very interested, and if you have it, they'll show up and they will participate. But it's got to be very regular and very open and something of interest to them, and they have to feel like what they're saying then gets listened to, and then they get the feedback of, hey, just like the SAC who wants the fancy tacos with the limes, and then they see it in the cafeteria, know that what you're saying is being listened to, and then seeing the outcomes of those types of things. So I think I would like, that's my consideration, is more types of activities in addition to just the participation in those. And then how we facilitate more of those on our campuses. Are we giving our campuses everything they possibly need in order to have maximum participation on their campuses for items?
Yes, sir.
So I would say that for the purpose of the scorecard, the fact that they're tracking certain things that are consistent year to year to year, that these are activities and committees and meetings that we have, I think that's a strength. I'm not saying that we shouldn't increase opportunities for input from somewhere else, but I'm not sure that we need to add it to the scorecard at this time. If we're focusing on measuring, are we improving? Are we reaching out? Are we doing and get good at these things before we add a whole bunch more to start tracking, my opinion.
Well, I mean, that's a consideration. You just stated a consideration. And a strength, that's correct.
But to Ms. Ryan's point, I agree, Ms. Ryan, that we need to make it easier to begin a PTO, especially if a campus doesn't have one. I'd like to tie that more to the campuses rather than put it on the scorecard and say, and then we start talking to the principals about, hey, do you have one? And if you don't, what are you doing to try and engage? And we can look into that. But this is what we were thinking about at the district level in terms of increasing our tentacles and touch to the community. But that's something that we have down as a consideration, and I think that there's another venue and way in which we can do that.
I have a few comments as well. I do think the strength is that, again, looking at previous superintendent evaluations. I'm overwhelmed at how poignant and focused this is in trying to create that measurable aspect. But I think what's also not lost on me is the inclusion of your cabinet as a responsible mechanism to making sure this is done.
And the people in the audience, because they're all involved in the capacity as well, so I'm loving it.
So this is really trying to create that type of paradigm that we're all in it together.
Yes.
Right? So it's very different. But as I look at stakeholders, I know you have it in the faculty and staff and P2, but I do see employees as stakeholders as well. And
Yes.
the thing that's sometimes not captured are that employees are voters. They live in our community. It's going to be in the faculty staff? Yeah. So I know that there's a lot here, but because they're voters and because they're taxpayers and they're stakeholders, just like a parent would be, or, that type of engagement. So what I haven't seen are things that maybe opportunities, maybe not in P3, maybe in P2, but just since it's all relative, the customer service for our employees. The biggest complaint I hear is that no one calls me back from HR. And I know our HR people are working very hard. So there might be another investment in a system that might capture calls and then put them down and say, you got to call AB. Just somebody answering the phone. That is the biggest frustration that you hear. And employees, again, stakeholders are not having a very pleasant experience when they have questions about their salary or whatever they might have. And so that's a satisfaction thing that came to mind. And so again, I don't know, we can put it in P2, but really getting a sense of using some of these same stakeholder engagement strategies for our employees, and I'll leave that up to you to consider, because happy employees stay, and that's what we want to say. I know we all do.
I think it'll fit better in P2. On
Right,
this
if
one,
you-
it's just really a reach out and engagement thing with the communities, governmental agencies, and community partnerships. You'll see the next
Can I
one.
offer some language
Yes,
that
sir.
maybe, so the P3 is external customers and P2 is internal customers. In my mind, that's the way I viewed it. Our staff are internal customers, parents and taxpayers, and, they're the external.
But to your point, we've got parents that say, I can't get in touch with transportation when they're talking about their kids, so we get it.
Just some improvement and a consideration of what we would need to do. Like we brought in the fraud and abuse hotline. We don't spend a great deal of money, but someone answers the phone every time they call that fraud and abuse hotline. Does that sort of investment make sense to ensure we're capturing not only the fact that we're talking to someone live, but we're capturing the type of calls we're getting? Then we can focus, okay, we got 100 calls that are based on salary. We need to do something about that.
Yeah, the research, to my knowledge, on internal and external customers, but definitely internal, is that they want 4 things, AAAT. So accessibility, accuracy, attitude, and timeliness. Like that's, well, but, and you can't be good in one of those and bad in 3 of those, or good in 2 of those. It's like you're trying to get all 4 of those. But there's tools, Mr. Macias, to your point and or question, like there's tools to get at specifically those 4 things.
And my last thing that's just related to PTO comment, thank you, Dr. Gibson, for that. My other thing is that if we had the resources, I would be very open to paying for PTA membership. I've attended PTA conferences. That's where the infrastructure is to cultivate campus leadership. Having decentralized PTOs everywhere under the control of the campus and the whim of the campus, you're not cultivating it because principals and staff don't have time to cultivate leadership. PTAs are structured that way, where they will build leaders within your group. So if it means paying for everyone's membership, if it's $5, $15, $20, whatever it is, it's an investment that we can try to encourage activism on campus so that parents are engaged.
Excellent point.
But that's, again, just another suggestion that we can explore as we
Yes,
go
A
forward.
consideration.
Can I jump onto his too? So right before COVID, that's where we were going. When the PTA council met, National PTA came and briefed all the PTO leaders from all of the schools, and we were all going to head over to PTAs. Like, I know our Wortham PTA voted to go to a PTA, and then COVID hit. and then everything died.
And the world
Because
fell apart.
we had researched all of it, and the structure it brings and the financial stuff
Right.
it brings with it is worth the $2.42,
Exactly.
whatever it is. It was chump change in consideration of what you got, and so we were gonna make a district with all of our campus PTAs. So that is a great idea, because we're seeing one struggling. They're trying their best. They're working their butts off. They just don't know what they don't know. So if they have an open resource to do that, I love that. But kind of playing on what he said too is, now that I'm looking back at all the stuff on here, so I see, this seems all engagement. I don't see anything with satisfaction at all then, I guess, right? This is just counting the number of ways we're engaged. How are we measuring anything related to the satisfaction
That's why I asked
portion
for
of
a
that?
survey. I asked for the survey.
Yes,
I think we
satisfaction
get-
and engagement.
It's engagement.
I think,
If I may,
No.
satisfaction is happiness, engagement is happiness plus activity.
Correct, you're
Right.
going to something, but whether you're happy.
Right.
I mean, the military people, when we go to the military clinic, right, there's a little ICE survey on the wall, right? And you scan it, and you do your like little surveys immediately, your customer satisfaction surveys, anytime
Right.
you enter any, military medical type facility. So, yes, I guess I'm concerned that we're gonna do these things, but like many people have said, how are we measuring if our parents are satisfied at all with anything going on in Judson ISD?
If I'm going to
This plays
add,
into strategic competitive marketplace.
Right.
And why people are leaving our district.
on the consideration earlier on the survey, I think we just make a note satisfaction as a piece of that, because that really, a survey is almost the only way. Right, I know that's what you were getting
And
at.
we
That's
have
almost,
some of it in the panorama
Yeah,
too.
if I can interrupt, so we do have some surveys that we do send out to our community and our staff members when we do certain events. We have not done them for things that are outside, I don't know, outside of our communications department, but for like our block party and our convocation and a lot of the Jeff events that we have, we do have surveys afterwards. We just started those maybe a year and a half ago. So there's not a lot of history data to that, but we have been starting those satisfactory surveys and asking how we can do better for next time.
And maybe if we can add panorama in that middle box, because there are things related to satisfaction on the panorama survey. It already addresses some of those, not probably as directly as you may want them, but at least they're like, do you feel like your kids are getting their classes? And, do you feel like your administration and your teachers are accessible? There are some customer satisfaction questions that are
Yes.
already in there.
Just
so.
specifically for events is what we're.
Yes, no, but I think, did you catch that, Dr. Saunders? Consideration panorama ad? Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to say, as a strength, I really like the community activities, and I went to the Wobble Gobble and some of these others, and I think they're fantastic, so strength. As a consideration, it was mentioned that we had like an average of 20, and we're trying to increase the attendance. So we had an extremely good presentation that Ms. Garcia did on suicide prevention. Powerful information, but we didn't have that many people in attendance. So I want to suggest we consider doing some things as Zoom calls, to where you send out a link and we have more people might be able to attend something like that, especially with the dissemination of such important information that I think people would care about, but they just can't get over there to the meeting. And I think it'd be a really neat experiment to try having some important meetings that way and see what kind of attendance we get.
I think that's a good idea, Ms. Stanford. We have done some virtual hybrid type meetings with our community brews and things, and attendance does increase just for the convenience of being able to attend. Our site-based meetings are hybrid as well, so definitely a consideration that we can make sure that we share with the team.
Send us an invitation to, I'd like to just sit in on one without talking, just sit in on one. I'd like to just get the feel for it.
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you.
So I think maybe a consideration could be filming some of these things, and then we could put it on our YouTube channel for people to go and view and let people know, if you weren't able to attend, here's the information that was presented. That does require a little bit of investment in having some of our technology people there, which apologize in advance for, but in order to get some of this valuable information out, that might be a consideration that we could take into account.
Thank you. So our next 3.2 is connecting and increasing awareness with our governmental institutions and their priorities. We want to be more involved in our neighboring municipalities, but also including chamber meetings and such. And we want to also increase awareness in legislative updates. This also aligns with the conversation we were just having about speaking to Austin about funding and sources and signing doing a board resolution to ask for the funding to come back to public schools. But so the conversations that we have had earlier about being competitive and those kinds of things, we want to make sure that we are informing our community about legislative updates and information about Texas public schools. So what we've tried to do is we've tried to include little blurbs of information that have to do with public education, legislative updates, legislative priorities, and include something like that in each month of our staff newsletter, and then in each month for our parent newsletters, just so that we're also involved. And then also what will help in that is ensuring that we are in attendance at our city council meetings so that we are also aware of their priorities and sharing that information as part of a collaborative effort.
She breathed, so. You took a breath, Nicole.
I paused. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. I'm not sure about regular attendance. I mean, some of these city councils have 2 meetings a month, that some of them last hours and hours. I'm not sure that's the best way to engage with our local officials necessarily. Some considerations I'd like to put in here is we've got to get our messaging out there more, and I do think we've got to start doing state of the district presentations at those key areas, right? Like once or twice a year, and even if Daly will only get you 10 minutes on the mic, because their whole board meeting, or their meetings are only 20 minutes, is going in with a 10 minutes of update of the state of the district. Here's what we're doing. Here's the highlights, right? So similar to what Dr. Chapman did at the NEP, because we need to get on the NEP list too, and be telling our story in the places where those people,
We've been
where
to
our
the NAP
elected.
before as well.
No, but I'm saying, giving a presentation, getting on,
We were at the NEP giving a presentation before. We've done that before.
oh, not in the last 2 years.
No, maybe not in the last.
Oh, okay. No, yeah,
Before. He
getting
hadn't
more
done it.
engaged, yes,
You know,
getting more
that was his
engaged
first
now, in terms of between the NEP, and then seeing if Congress will give us 10 minutes to go update their council on some of the cool things that we're doing.
We try and do that when we go to the count. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cabinet. Don't you
Yes,
go to
when
each
we're
one?
all assigned to a specific city's council meeting, and so we have some
Really sitting through
points.
those?
Every one of them. He's got San Antonio, she's got Live Oak, they've got, so we go to all of them. Then she's got Kirby. And when they, oh, she's got Kirby now. But when they go, they oftentimes go up at least for the 3 minutes, like you see people come here and
I
speak
mentioned-
about what happened.
Yeah, sometimes the 3 minutes is all you need. I did more state of the districts in 3 minutes. I got really
Yeah.
good at, because that we're going to just take our 3 minutes like everybody else.
And we actually had a
Cheat sheet every
discussion about the 3 major points that we would share
Right.
coming up in these
Each month.
meetings each month, and making sure, I was just at a meeting the other day and was able to hear some of the things from just being there for about 30 minutes and have something on my calendar to make sure that I attend to support that city. And so the attendance, I mean, it's not going to be 100%. There are sometimes the 2 a month, like you said, but there's some strategy to not just attending and sitting there, but to share things that the district is prioritizing as well. But yes, I know that Ms. Greathouse and Ms. Kathy are trying to ensure that we're represented in other councils as well.
Okay, yeah, and maybe it's more of, if you can share maybe some more of that stuff with the board, because, you know,
Yes.
some of us are very engaged with the elected officials also, so if we're all telling the same story and we all know the same thing, that's always a good thing, too.
We could always pair one of you up with each one of them, so you could go with them.
I
to
think
the
that would be
meetings.
amazing.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think that
Yes,
would be
ma'am.
amazing.
We will put that together.
Yep, you've got 5 single members that each have a place, and then whoever's not available, Laura and I can go anywhere, right? Because we're the whole area, so we'll fill in,
Yes,
you know,
ma'am.
wherever somebody isn't, type thing. So I think another consideration is us, not just us measuring our engagement with them, it's about measuring their engagement with us. Because we want them in with us at Judson. So when we have the first homecoming pep rally giant thing at Veterans, and we've got 3 council members there, yay. Like those are the things we want to make sure that we are inviting them and they're actually showing up at ribbon cuttings, they're showing up at growth and planning, they're coming to bond oversight. They're hearing our stories in little pieces, and they're engaged and invested in our schools and in our district. So, you know, if that's something we're able to start tracking, how many people we're getting and some of those engagement events where they're coming in. And then if we're going out to support their things on top of council meetings. So, you know, if you did the Converse, they had a strategic planning thing on Saturday where they were getting community input. And those types of things that the cities have, us going out there and supporting their city efforts and then them coming in and supporting ours. Because there's a lot of new council people on a lot of the city councils, and they're a lot more engaged, I think, maybe than maybe some of the other councils have been in the past. And so those are some great partnerships.
Understood.
Our last section on the, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to say, I did not know y'all were attending city council meetings like that, and I'm going to state that as an incredible strength.
Yes.
Very impressed, and I like the idea of expanding it, as you said, so strength.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The last one in this section of stakeholder engagement is business and community partnerships. We are looking at tracking community events where we have district events that benefit the community and not just our families, but the broader community. So we are tracking 3 specific events right now, which is the community feast, the block party, because there's resources available to everyone, and blood drives. And I believe we wanted to add immunization drives because that is something that would be open to the community as well as just tracking the number of business partners we have as measured by donations, advertisements, collaboration meetings, attendance to certain events, and those sort of things, just so that we are maintaining and also having those connections. And Ms. Greathouse and Ms. Kathy do a really great job connecting and making sure that we acknowledge our partners.
Thank you. So next up is, did we want to give feedback, please? Yes.
Just one quick one, because this is obviously a huge strength, because there's like a whole team that just works on this all the time, and where the Jeff lines end and where Judson lines begin, you know, whatever, we're doing great things. So, but from a Judson specific, not Jeff, thoughts, I travel obviously to a lot of other schools for sports, right? Mm-hmm. And every other school I roll into, huge amount of corporate sponsors, right? You go up to Smithson Valley, and there are corporate banners everywhere. You roll into Piper, corporate banners everywhere.
There's a reason.
Right?
Yes,
so I feel like we got some new stadiums, right, out there, and, you know, we've got some, I don't want to take away from the Jeff and all, right? So we got to be, you know, who we get, but, you know, we've got the JW Marriott, we've got Alterman Electric. Like, there are a lot of bigger name companies that exist within our boundaries, and we don't have any banners up. We don't have any corporate sponsors for our fields and stuff like that, like I see at pretty much every single other stadium that we go to. So I don't know if there's some opportunities there to leverage and get those community members in. If that means they come sit in the box at a football game, let them come sit at a box at a football game, you know, and then get their sign up there. I mean, we've got Chick-fil-A, and Rutledge does have some. I just feel like it's not quite necessarily as much as some of the other districts.
At the campuses proper.
Yes, and with the new ones at Wagner and Veterans, I mean, Veterans is a whole new geographic area, right? Like somebody, JW might not want to put a sign up all the way down at Rutledge, but maybe they want to put one up at Veterans because we're right down the road and those are the kids from that area. So
Yes, ma'am.
maybe we could look at trying to increase corporate sponsorships and using our buildings, buses, whatever they want to throw a bumper sticker on. I mean,
Understood. Wong?
The next section is P2. Thank you. faculty and staff. The overall objective for this is to recruit and value all staff to ensure satisfaction and retention. I think some of these areas will address some of Mr. Macias's considerations in the stakeholder engagement one. I've got my team of people here, Dr. Barrera, Ms. Garza, and Ms. Roberts to kind of help out. Come closer. So our first one is really about just recruit and retain high-quality talent. So this is focusing on our faculty and staff. So we have some specific tactical actions on how we're going to accomplish this. This has to do with hosting and attending job fairs and being very strategic about that with a focus on hard-to-fill positions. Strategically expanding our relationships with universities and colleges so that we could provide or so that we can make those connections of students that are going to be graduating, students that are in those fields. In fact, the two ladies just were at UT Austin meeting with potential teachers, giving them our information. And so making sure that we're strategic in expanding those relationships, providing our campuses and department leaders with direction on staffing needs, ensuring credential updates are in place for retention purposes and those sort of things. And then, of course, we want to increase the retention rate of our highly effective staff. So that next box there talks about some of the benchmarks and measures and formative metrics that we're going to be able to report to you on, most likely in superintendent reports, but we will talk about participation, number of hires from job fairs, and then we will also focus on teacher turnover rate. And with that, I know we had some conversation in our last meeting of this sort regarding why people leave. And so I want to ask Ms. Garza to just briefly talk about our improved exit process in order to gather that feedback. Ms. Garza?
Yes, so we just started an electronic form that we're going to start implementing very soon, and that electronic process will help us make sure that all of the different people that are involved will be able to touch base with that person if the person wants, looking at exit interviews, and of course, getting more accurate data on why people leave. You know, sometimes it may be relocation, it may be, you know, other factors, but if it's anything in particular that we can make a difference in having them stay, then that's something that we definitely want to look into.
Thank you so much. And that new electronic form will automatically spit out an exit survey, so it'll track some specific questions about why people are leaving. And then I just want to briefly talk about our MOUs and our relationships with higher education entities as we are trying to retain some of our staff and giving them opportunities to have higher education opportunities.
So this has been really exciting for us right now. We are in the process of trying to create new partnerships with local universities. We currently have one with Texas A&M San Antonio. It's our second year. We have over 22 students right now that from last year and this year that are working on their masters. So we're looking to build and strengthen with even some more local universities to provide more opportunities and options for our employees who would like to work on a master's degree. We're also in the infancy stages of working with some other universities to kind of build a pipeline for our paraprofessionals who would like to obtain a 4-year degree. So I'm very excited about that, and hopefully in the future I'll have some new information about that, but we definitely would like, that's a great way to retain them, is if they're with us already working for us, how can we have them work on a 4-year degree, then in return become teachers here in Judson ISD. So I'm very excited. We're getting ready to launch a survey to all of our paraprofessionals to kind of see if there's an interest in that, so we'll be giving you some information on that.
And just to kind of touch on the long-term goals, you see some long-term goals over there. We do have our teacher turnover rate from our taper that was 2002, 2003, and so that was a 21.3%. And then we also discussed in our last meeting actually getting a number for staff turnover rate, so staff not including teachers, so everybody else, and we calculated that to be at approximately 23%, and so we've got, you know, a goal to decrease that. And the next section, I breathed, I was waiting. I paused. It was a breath. Wait time.
On the teacher turnover rate, that's reports we get, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we get it per campus, the percentage of turnover rate per campus, just so we can see trends on that smaller?
So the teacher turnover rate is typically when we talk about that in board meetings and we report that out, we get that from the TAPER report, which is sent to us by the state level. They do not have a teacher turnover rate specific to campuses. And so if that is data that you would like to receive, then we would have to do a calculation similarly to how we did the staff turnover rate
Yeah,
to
that's what
get
I'm
this
thinking of.
number.
Yeah.
And so we would have to do that for each campus.
That would have to be an annual thing that we reported out after we had time to calculate it. It's something that we can definitely put on the list of things that we can report out, either in a Friday notes or a superintendent message.
I mean, we see it on the monthly reports. We see, there's this many, these people left and they're all from this campus. We see it visually, but I'm just wondering if there's a way just to have a number to it, say with an annual report.
We'd have to calculate, oftentimes when we do the staffing for a campus, it's based on student numbers and what FTEs or allotments they have. We'd have to come up with that and then try and match that to what happened the year before if we were going to do a comparison like this, and then determine what the percentage is this year as far as have we done better or worse. So we could start this year as a baseline. We'd have to figure out some way to calculate all of that and keep track of it. And then we'd be able to actually report out a difference kind of next year.
Dr. Gibson, is that an easy
Well,
thing
no,
to?
I was listening, just the consideration, well, one question, a consideration is, how would you go about a MOY report on this EOY turnover? And I'm not saying like now, but that's something to figure
That's why
out.
I said we'd have to take the
Right.
year, find out a baseline.
That's right.
And then we could go into it next year.
Because I think if you figure that out, which I think that's what I'm hearing, in order to, like if you're going to do a February report on priority 2, what data are we going to look at? Like, so they're going to figure out what data they would report in the middle of the year. And it's going to have to be a hand calculation, is what I'm saying, right? It's
Yes.
just going to have to be a hand calculation. Because if you wait, the end of the year, the state's going to tell you what your number was.
That's overall.
That's right, that's overall.
From the state. If you're asking per department, each campus, again, we'd have to determine a baseline, and then compare that. And we'd have to make fluctuations on certain,
Did a program move?
right, or
Right.
enough people there, or changes in the staffing, or taking away FTEs, stuff like that.
And I just, a little caveat, because I've worked on this before, for whatever reason, Pascal Elementary is where all the military staff worked. For whatever reason. Now, we had a lot of military staff.
We have high turnover.
Okay, that's what, so if you
Yeah.
looked at Pascal, you might go, what's going on at Pascal? And it's like that, yeah, they just like there was, I'm just saying, like you got to put a bunch of asterisks by a bunch of that for military turnover here, where y'all are located. I've lived that dream. So you just have to like take that, as part of the consideration.
What would be easier, I think, Ms. Stanford, is for us to keep a running tally
Okay.
on campuses and departments and say, what's the turnover? What's been
Yeah.
the trend? How many people have they lost in this? Because if 50% of your staff is gone over the course of a year or turned over, well, then that's something you might want to sit
I mean,
down.
we're
with
getting
the-
it on a monthly basis,
Right,
so.
so that would be easier.
Okay.
But if we're trying to do a percentage of,
No, I'm looking
then
for
now you
easy.
got to establish a base. So easy would be, we can start to calculate
Okay.
over the course of the start of the school year
Yep.
through the year,
Yep.
how many we've seen in terms of.
The only thing I'm going to add to that is if you do the March Priority 2 report, then you're going to do a status
Correct.
of the months up to March.
Yes.
And then at the roundtable, you're saying, here's where we are in March,
Yeah.
which to me is,
Okay.
Well, no, because contracts are through July 3rd or 2nd, so that's the end of, we would want to know turnover for a contract period, so that would go in the October.
Well, no, sorry, both. I'm saying
We
both.
weren't talking, right.
That would be an interim progress measure. Where are we in March?
I shouldn't have limited it to just one.
Right.
You're going to get both. And it's going to be two different data sets because
So
of the.
mid-year and end of
We're
year.
just talking about keeping apprised of what's been the, hey, I want out, I
Here
want
the-
out,
yeah.
you know. Because people don't typically break their contracts. So if you've got 10 teachers coming to you saying, hey, I want to leave, even if I got to not teach anymore,
Yeah.
well, then that's, we start watching that campus.
Yep.
And then we can track that for the,
Okay, was that all your questions? Oh, okay, sorry. A couple, oh, you can go. Okay, I think big strength is having that exit survey, because really it's about what could we have done? And it might have been buy them a puppy. Okay, we're not going to do that. But there's there's going to be nuggets in there. There's going to be a lot of really good nuggets in there, because there are people who suffer in silence and don't ask for what they need, right? There are some of those, right? And so maybe if we get it via the exit survey, maybe we didn't know. But great way to find trends, and I'm very excited that data, you know, for what it's worth. Okay, there'll be a few puppies on there, but your number 2 in the last column, so is that's people go, because we have a master's degree program, and then do we have a para-bachelor's program technically?
Not yet.
Not
It's-
yet.
It's in the stages.
Okay, so
we're
that
going
will
to be
include
tracking.
both of those programs potentially?
Eventually it will, yes.
When we get those, okay,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
tracking, that's what a lot of districts are going to, is that para pipeline, and getting them over.
It will be here soon.
How about another consideration, because another important metric, I think, is that DOI to teacher. Because we can't just keep hiring one-year DOIs, right? And then let them go, and then hire some new batch, and, you know, type thing is, the hope is that the DOIs are aspiring teachers who are going to get their certification and then become full-fledged teachers. So I think our ability to hopefully help many of them through that process, or the few that need to go, because this isn't for them, people will figure that out. I think that's another great measure to have, is
So the consideration is DOI measurement?
yeah, some sort of
Yeah.
DOI measurement. How many
Yeah.
people do we want to try to convert? You know, if we hire 100 DOIs, you know, do we want to make sure at least 70 of them, or I don't know what that number is. I'm gonna let y'all figure out
Just so that we can,
something realistic.
we have been really tightening up on our procedures for DOI teachers. And so that is something that we can provide information on.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and
it
see if
is
you guys
something,
have
there
some
is
internal
no,
goals.
there are very few DOI teachers, if any, that are not already in a program. And
Okay.
so that is it. So,
Yeah.
so the assumption is they're trending towards getting a
Training, yes.
certification.
So tracking how many of those actually certify within the 2 years, or however much time you're getting them, is how effective is our program in building new teachers that weren't otherwise in that profession, like when we hired them. I don't see, so on P4, you told me I didn't need annual goals, but on P2, most of these I don't see annual goals or progress measures. So, and this really applies, I guess, to all of them, is how are we gonna, because these things are gonna end up on our superintendent evaluation.
Right.
How are we gonna measure these?
Thank you, because earlier I didn't finish a thought, and that was my fault, not anyone else's fault. So if we set it between 2024 or 2025 and 2028, and we say that in these 4 years, we're looking for 6%, I'm going to, hey,
Pick an even number.
I'm going to pick 8%. Okay, so then unless specified differently, it's 2%, 2%, 2%, 2% to get 8% in 4 years.
Okay.
Unless specified differently.
Unless specified, okay, because you had talked to us originally, like, meeting 1, about that's not always
Well,
the math of it.
Right,
because-
but that's what I'm
Okay.
saying, specified differently.
Specified,
Unless there's a
okay.
reason that it's not that, then you just assume that.
Okay. And I think kind of my last consideration on this one is, I think the reductions in these turnover rates are not robust enough. because, and I know it's a different environment with teachers and stuff now, and I guess my concern is arbitrary numbers, right? Versus what you first talked to us about, which was benchmarks, right? Because environments change. This applies to academic scores and everything else too, which is if you say we're going to do 50, well, something may change, right? I prefer a benchmark, and that's what most companies will do, which is I want to be with the state. I want to be 3% higher than the state, or
Right.
whoever your benchmark or whoever your average, the region, whatever that is because that way when things change, it changes for everybody.
Well, and
right?
so my experience is that this coming February and March, be ready for the staff to say, you know what, we got a benchmark, that number that we originally put on there is too high, it's too low. You see, and I think that's what you're saying, like it has to be fungible for at least 24 months, trying to like find where the right number is.
So I'm saying, like, teacher retention used to be here, right? And then COVID happened. So now turnover rates used to be here. All of a sudden it was here. Well, if I was here and I was trying to like go down, well, and I had set a number here versus setting a number compared to everybody else. Because then when COVID hits,
Right.
I just want to stay even with the
Not a bad, like,
district, right? Or
the
even with the state or the region.
I'm gonna frame up a consideration
Okay.
for you, and you see if you agree.
Okay.
That we're going to compare ourselves to ourselves year to year to year, but is there some stable statewide benchmark or through line that we can show on the data to show how we compare to the state? I think that's what you're saying, is that right?
Yes, because if the region goes down 5%, let's say all of a sudden everybody's turnover rate drops 5%, why kind of expect us to drop 5%?
Right, and I think it's relatively simple on most things, maybe not HR, but to get a Region 20 set of data.
For
We
teacher
do have that
turnover
as
rate,
in the taper.
absolutely, from the taper, we can do
Yeah.
that. I
Okay,
don't
so
have the data in
21.3.
front of me.
Right, but so it's
21.3.
Judson, Region
For the
20, state.
21.3.
That's what I'm,
So
I
what I'll
like that.
Ours is
say,
20.
well, we are 21.3, so we're aligned with the state, and so
I thought
historic,
we went to, we're trying to get 220 in by.
But so I want to give
Yeah.
the best practice
And we
here.
haven't seen this year's yet. We're all
Well, here,
waiting on the
so
paper.
data only becomes knowledge if there's a trend and a comparison.
Yes.
That's what we're saying. Like data's just numbers.
Yeah.
It's random and arbitrary unless there's a trend
Yeah,
and there's a
arbitrarily
comparison.
going up or down one or two.
That's
well,
trend.
What's the rest of the environment? What's the state,
That's
doing?
right.
What's the region doing?
So to the extent that that's readily available, I think we're just saying when we report a number, we're going to try to give a trend, and then we're going to try to give a comparison to some stable source.
Yeah, it's the same with it's the same with academics too. If the
Right.
state goes up 5% in reading and we go down 3%, like that's
Yes.
bad, right? Like I want to, you want to keep pace with some sort of benchmark. So when the
Yeah,
test
right.
changes or it's an election year, scores go all wacky, all the other things. If that is true of everyone you're compared to, then benchmarks seem more appropriate.
we can certainly consider the benchmark for the taper teacher turnover rate. However, we still would need to have a specific goal for staff turnover because taper doesn't report that. In addition, just trending,
Because for me,
we have kept up with state and region in the last couple of years, dipping, I think, below region, maybe 0.2%. So we can't really predict what those circumstances would be. So we definitely, where we can do a benchmark, we will.
Because for me, 1.3%, that's point.
But we haven't in the last couple
Like, that doesn't-
years.
To me, that's not robust enough.
But in the last couple of years, we haven't deviated more than like 1 or 2%. And so it would be reasonable if that's how we've trended and we've stayed the same as state and region, like they haven't deviated more than 1.3%.
And some of it is not trying to predict where you're already going to be. That's not the point of goals. It's not if I do nothing, where am I going to end up, right? The
That's
point
not
of
what we
goals
did.
is how am I going to, what's important, right? Like turnover and staff satisfaction is huge. You hear that all the time in our group. And where can I apply resources so I can be better than where the glide path is going?
Right, and Ms. Ryan, I hope you take this in the way I intended. So in the next 8 years, we're talking about arguably 16 strategic roundtables. Is that right? Mm-hmm. So today, we don't have to have every conversation for all 16 reports. today, we're really trying to like get that one number. We haven't even really started thinking about trends and comparisons because we're trying to get a calibration of what's the right number that we need to show. Then the team starts going to work on, okay, how do we show the trends? How do we show the comparisons? Is that fair?
I would agree. I would also say that I don't think we set any goals where we felt like we were just maintaining the status quo. We tried to be realistic in the environment that we're in. And there's no one in this room that doesn't realize that there's a teacher shortage. And if someone leaves, it's kind of hard to find someone to come in. Now, we want to be competitive, and we want to attract more, especially than our peers and our counterparts. But to set some record of we're going to grow up 10% over everybody else, it's just not realistic.
So what
not
I'm
in this
saying,
environment.
to just echo on that and couple our two statements together, you're going to have 16 opportunities in the next 8 years to see if we're at the right number or not. That's what I'm
Because
saying.
we have to, I mean, this is going to go out to the public, and so we're going to have to answer, and they're going to be like,
Correct.
oh, you said you're going to lose 4 less teachers each year. You're going to work really hard to keep 4 more than you kept last year, right? To me, that's not aggressive enough. Like we got to work harder. We got to have more conversations. Like, we got to go after this thing. So to say we're only going to hold ourselves accountable to keep 4 more, like, that's a hard sell for me.
So I'm going to pretend like I'm a board member and I get that question. And my first response is going to be, at least we have a number now. And we'll continue to see if that's the right number. But now we have a target. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, let's get credit for it. We have a number in writing now.
strength.
That we've agreed, that we've agreed with, and we're going to continue.
Before we were
to-
just out there and it wasn't even being watched.
That's
Now
exactly-
we're actually watching it, calculating it, looking at it. And if we see later on that, hey, it's not aggressive enough, we can come back. But for now,
That's what those strategic roundtables will be
That's what the
for, right?
roundtables are for. That's exactly right. So, and your point is well taken, but it's just, this is a process, and it's the long game. We're trying to gain 2 yards a carry or 3 yards a carry, whatever makes a first down. I should know that.
And,
but-
and just to wrap up
3 yards
this,
and a puff of smoke.
just to wrap up this particular section, we have been having individual exit meetings with multiple employees since our last meeting. And I have met with several employees that there is not something we can do to keep them to stay. So if that's 2 people, that's 2 people that we couldn't do anything to get them to stay. It's something external, not the district, not something that we do. And so I just don't want it to be that, okay, we're just going to try to keep 4 people, because I couldn't keep 2. And it was nothing that Judson ISD or the state of
Nothing that Judson
education
ISD did,
could do
nor
to
anything
make
that we
those
could
people
do to get
stay.
them to
And
stay.
so
I
we
think it
have been
rounds-
pretty
I
steady
love what
in
you're
our
saying.
trends for our taper
I
report
love what
for
you're
that.
saying,
Thank
and
you.
the thing is, if we get in a good pattern here, then the numbers that you're saying start making sense over time. We couldn't do anything about that one, so, but we're just looking at that trend over time. And again, Military City, USA, which I'm familiar with, a lot of those you can't do anything about. Husband transfers, it's like, we can't really do anything about that, or wife transfers.
So the next section is improving employee
Dr.
engagement.
Kavanaugh?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Macias.
You
This
know,
was your
I
section,
wanted
though.
Ms. Ryan to go first, and so I waited
I
patiently.
apologize, sir.
Oh, Ms. Stanford's coming after me, so. But there's a few things that I think need to be considered in this, that I sometimes don't think administration realizes the board can do some things, right? We have the authority and the ability to do that. One is to, and we're going to be having an internal audit meeting soon. I've already scheduled it. The internal audit of our exited employees, we did that in the past where we went and found 50 exited employees and we asked them why you left. Because the reality is employees won't give you the real reason. They're going to say, hey, we want to be employable, we might want to come back, we don't want to burn bridges. They're not going to tell you,
Right.
and maybe some will.
I've
but
had
they're-
some pretty honest conversations
and,
with
and,
employees
and that's good
recently.
if you're able, because I mean you're great. You can cultivate that. But I can tell you there are people who will use relocation.
Or
That's
personal.
Not, yeah, and that's not really why they're leaving. And I know because I've had those discussions with teachers. So in order for us to really capture what's happening, and we know what's happening, I'll give you a clue in a second. The internal audit will help validate that because they're going to be reporting straight to the board, and they're going to tell us, we've interviewed 50 employees that left after the last 3 years. This is why they really left. And does it correlate with the information? We could even do 100, but we, the board, can institute that process to help you, to help the district, and we're all winning. Because you're going to find, and this is my humble opinion, that the issue is management. And so management is the main reason people have left. And so if our managers aren't treating our employees with dignity and respect and including them, involving them, they're out. People always, well, majority of folks leave because of management. They don't want to be here. We have to be a better district. And I love Dr. Fields' leadership, and he has agenda reviews, and his whole cabinet is in there. And 3 other superintendents, that's never happened.
I can get better on some days too, just putting it out there.
So the idea that we're including our employees in the mix is critical, because that's good management. That's leadership, actually. So employees are not always going to be forthcoming. So I want to see the internal audit come back with a recommendation to the board to do this process to really help, and then identify, and I'm a little disappointed, Dr. Fields, because I can tell you in the past, we have held superintendents to standards of what the percentage of turnover on campuses, because it's usually indicative of support is needed in this management. Whatever that is, you know, if you're seeing a 50% turnover at a middle school, well then there might be a problem with the management. And long ago, this board said, we're going to work with our principals, because it's even worse to change them out every year. We need to cultivate our leadership. Sometimes principals need more training. That's okay. But we need to have a plan, and I know in previous administrations, we've looked at that data to say, hey, Soup, what are you going to do about that? We're going to give this person a little more training. That kind of thing, because again, we want to win here, but we need to do that. So
If we gave the impression that we're not looking at that, then
well,
I
that's when you
apologize.
said we don't look at that. I'm like, what do you mean we're not?
No, I didn't say that we don't look at the fact of how many people are leaving. What we're saying is we don't have a cross comparison of percentage of retention rate for each campus. That's something that's typically calculated in the taper. We look at how many people are leaving a campus. Matter of fact, I don't want to get into too much of what happened, but trust me, Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders are working with administrators, and the rest of them are working with directors right now, because it happens in departments as well.
Because ultimately, this is going to reflect on your leadership, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
so if we're going to be evaluating your effectiveness, we can't be having a 25% turnover in this district if we want to really excel. So that has to be really noted. And then the proactive steps. I mean, if we're interviewing people why they left, what have we done here that is saying, what are we doing way before you get to this point where you're going to leave? What are those strategies in this outreach or this work that we're talking to employees long before they get to that decision they're out? And if we, is it here in this section? Do we have a proactive strategy for having communication with employees?
So there are some specific survey questions that may
Are coming up
align
in
to what you're talking about
2.2.
in 2.2. I think, though, that what are we doing prior to them leaving is difficult, because if they're in a campus or a department, we may not get to them until they're at a specific point. And so that's where the training comes in with administrators and leaders on campuses. But we don't always know those specific scenarios for each employee before they come to us.
And that's fair. So what would happen is when we do the internal audit and we find out why 50 or 100 employees left and we see a trend, well, then that's when we develop a proactive strategy. And you guys would execute that strategy,
We've
right?
even gone in and done climate surveys on campuses outside of this window, because we've seen the trend and we've said, hey, we need to step in and look at something.
The only, Mr. Macias, on 2.2.1, just as a thought, we have feedback from focus groups and rounding sessions. I might introduce the concept as a consideration to close that thought with actionable follow-up. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we have feedback, focus group, and rounding, and we're seeking actionable follow-up. Because that, employees and generally just want to feel heard.
Well,
I mean, they want to feel heard. And
and I will say too, you can even utilize AFT, TSTA, you can use the teachers, which I know we're communicating with them, but you can say, hey, teachers union, you bring us back some of the issues, because you're right, there's going to be a lack of confidence and bring us some intel so that we can possibly work through this, which is hopeful, but that's the kind of dynamic I'd like to see us cultivate, and
if
I believe we can.
just to be real concrete, 2.2.1 is what Mr. Macias is talking
is.
about, right? It is, just to be
We
clear,
just weren't in that section
you
yet,
brought up
but-
a good point, and I'm trying to find it.
Well, and I'm on 2.3, but
Well, no, I jumped back up because
I understand that, that's why I asked the
Yes.
question, but I wanted the point to be really
if you ever
clear.
have one that's redundant, a key strategic action, to me, it would be that one, and I think you might consider putting it in 2.2 and 2.3.
Okay.
That's my recommendation, where it shows up in both places, rounding and feedback. I think just let it be in both places.
Yeah, and
Is that
obviously,
fair? I think, is that fair? Because
Oh, yes,
yeah,
I already wrote it down.
I think it hits what he's saying, and.
yeah, but, I mean, obviously, internal audit was not on there, and obviously, I went off on a tangent on a few things, but the IA being added to, is it in 2.2? 2.1?
No, but
2.2?
I
No.
have
Internal
written
audit
it
is
down
board
as a
function.
consideration.
I understand, I
Right.
know,
So it
so,
won't be on
so that's why I brought that point.
Sure.
Because that is another added mechanism the board can help you with.
Right, and I think Ms. Canor, because my thought went to, these are key tactical actions, but I do think the linkage, showing, if that's a consideration, and I'm saying if, I don't know, then to show the linkage between that and these 2.2 strategies and 2.3 strategies is really important. You wouldn't want something inconsistent with the tactical strategies.
So what would happen would be the internal
that's
audit would bring data to give to staff to look at and implement into this plan.
Okay,
And so
that's good.
that internal audit shouldn't be on here, but the data they can then incorporate in their goals and
I
things like that.
That makes, I mean, that makes
Is that
sense to me, what you
right.
said.
So,
That makes-
I mean, trying to keep those lines separate,
Well, that's one of those few tactical things that we can do, and we can.
provide data.
Yeah, and so that would be helpful if it needs to be captured in this document or not, but I don't want it to be lost. If this is going to be our guide that we use for the next 4 years, and again, I use the example, we're all going to be gone 10 years from now, because that's usually what happens. Are they going to follow a rubric that says, why don't we ask the board to consider doing an internal audit?
If I,
It's
well,
just that kind of thing.
if I may, Ms. Canoyer, just to summarize what you said, I think the internal audit, which we're calling IA, is that right? It could be a progress measure. That's what you just said.
Well, I think it's a one-time thing.
Well, but it can drop off.
You're thinking about doing this annual?
I would want an annual because we have some sustainability, and that's what's important. We would obviously evaluate the fruits of that work, and if it would.
So if we could put a pin in that and bring that up at one of our strategic roundtables after the internal audit committee meets and brings a suggestion to us,
Well,
and we approve it, but it's a little early to
I'm giving
do
you a
something we
heads
haven't
up
approved.
that that's something that will probably come out, and I think we'll probably have consensus from the board to do. So it's a thought, and it just puts it on their table, because it's actually helpful.
I agree. I'm just looking at maintaining that separation line. We're talking about stuff we haven't approved as a board yet. And so
So it's
this should come up again at a
I'm
strategic.
repeating and summarizing. So it's a
Yes.
consideration in the future after internal audit to consider it as a progress measure for 2.1.
Yes.
That's what we're saying.
And I'm gonna stick her because but remember, you said there may be some things that are tactical actions of a board, and we have more than one committee. So shouldn't the legislative committee and have some actions they're gonna take by 2028 with some outcomes? Shouldn't the audit committee have some actions that they're gonna take?
If you are
our
going to
board committees?
consider that, I think dropping a line off of the bottom of this and being real clear that there's a line of demarcation, that here's some things that the board that the board will be executing on.
Yes.
That don't fall in these tactical actions.
Yeah, they're not in your realm, but they're still
I've seen-
actions, and they should still
Just to be
have
clear, I've seen it.
goals, and we should be
kind of-
performing.
I've seen it, but it's a drop down, I've seen it, so it hasn't
Was it with legislative maybe?
It's right here, like you get to the bottom of the scorecard, and then there's a list of some
A
board.
list of our board committees.
That's,
Board,
right.
board
the-
Okay, so maybe when our committees meet, we can put together what our.
How that would affect our scorecard.
Our little boxes
It
should be on the.
I liked it, so I think what we're saying is like there, Mr. Macias gave a good example, like the board's going to take an advocacy role. Even if like they
Right.
join, I heard you say that a while ago, so we're going to capture those down here below. Like these are some concrete ways that so working with state legislators, working with tactical team or cabinet members to go to local advocacy events.
Yeah.
I heard there was another one just then, the internal audit. See, those are 4 or 5 things where the strategic team is coupling up with the tactical team to actually do some work, like, no, I mean, well, no, but you don't, yeah, the
Correct.
strategic role doesn't have a job here, you have a function.
Yes. And
He
we
gets
have
a
few
paycheck.
little strategic or tactical actions that we take by going to things.
That's
and
right,
talking.
so the people that get
Definitely.
paid are tactical actions.
Yeah.
But I'm not opposed to it, but I think it would be clearer if it's a drop down, like this is where the
but
board.
being on there helps people in the future. That-
This is the conversation that happened at the
Okay,
board when
Maybe Betty
we,
can add that, because we have a bunch of committee meetings coming up. Before you post the agendas for, because we have an audit committee and an innovation committee, if we can add, because it would have to talk about it on the committee, we'd have to have it on the agenda.
But we're saying tactical actions are
no,
going to come out of committee meeting?
the thing that, the absolute terminology that we must not use is tactical action. So we just have to say, board action supporting district tactical actions.
Okay, that
You
makes
see
sense.
what like it
I
has to-
thought you were saying you were going to come back and direct us on what
No,
we.
no, no,
Oh, no.
'Cause-
What
No,
are
we
we
can't
going
do
to
that.
accomplish as a committee, and what are we going to hold ourselves to?
Oh,
Right?
excellent.
Like, why have a committee if we don't have the goals?
Yeah, let's do that.
Right?
I like that.
But if I'm going to be
Well,
held responsible.
And what I want to say is that Ms. Canoyer is correct. The board still needs to collectively vote on it. It's just a tactical or a strategic, I would like to use the word strategic opportunity for us to explore and work through. But what I wanted to really point out is administration is not thinking about what the board can do. They're in their management world, and this is what they're going to do in a tactical piece. But again, the board is a part of this process. And so by living in the document, because this is, again, the most unique instrument, it's not the entire one, but it's going to be a great document as we move forward.
This is, like we said to start off the meeting, this is tremendous. If we can just step off and start doing this. And this isn't, I know we've said it a couple of times tonight, this is what we can adopt for the superintendent's evaluation. This is an evaluation of everybody in this room. This is a leadership evaluation. So it's not the
my staff would say,
superintendent's.
good luck tonight, and I would say, well, you'll know tomorrow how we did, you know, to your
So,
point, right?
So where would the teacher task force fit in? Was that a one-time thing that we did? Is that considered a one-time effort?
No, we've convened two
2 years.
teacher task forces in the last 2 years. Mr. Brooks has just convened one for discipline, and so that
good.
would definitely be part of faculty and staff engagement and satisfaction, where we're developing and implementing rounding sessions, feedback, focus groups, and that sort of thing.
Because that is a way of gathering information, and I think it's an effective way. You had some really good feedback. The only thing I would want to underscore on that effort is continued follow-up, because we had a strategic, we had a teacher task force, and we had it reported, and then it's like, where to go from there? How's it doing?
So I just want to kind of explain the point or the focus of the teacher task force. The very first one, it wasn't to talk about everything on that survey that we did. It was picking out the 3 top things that were rising to the top of concerns. So their job was not.
Or retention efforts.
For
Absolutely,
retention?
yes, because
Right.
the survey was for non-monetary retention. And so we focused on specific aspects. So they didn't just go away. We had a teacher task force last year, and one of the meetings was about the instructional calendar. So they were selected to provide feedback in order to make some decisions. And so our instructional calendar, they had a big part of providing input for that.
Which now has a lot more teacher work days in it, Dr. Toppin, which now has a lot more teacher work days in it than we have in years past because of their feedback. Correct.
In the very first one, we had the groups split up in elementary and secondary, and we talked about specific things that we were able to address, and we did small changes because of that. So they didn't go away. We had a specific purpose. We gathered feedback. We met with them for a couple of months, and then it was the new year. We convened another teacher task force this past year, and we had them provide input on specific things. So instructional calendar this year, I think we talked a lot about the teacher incentive allotment this year. We even had virtual meetings so that we can kind of iron out those things. And so we're constantly having focus groups. And then again, Mr. Brooks and Ms. Hilliard have convened a teacher task force specifically for discipline. And I know Dr. Gosh convened a teacher task force to speak about the EIC policy. And so it's a teacher task force that we are asking them to provide input on specific topics that need to be addressed. And we still have our big surveys, like we just asked for an open-ended response question in the October 11th holiday survey, asking about non-monetary strategies for improving climate and culture. And so we have that big thing. We haven't parsed it out yet. We have an ESAC meeting coming up soon. So we have multiple ways that we're trying to get feedback from our staff. But the task forces don't go away. I mean, we convene them, and we ask that we'll probably convene another one just to talk about the most recent open-ended survey responses, but they're very similar. They talk about leadership, they talk about a 4-day week, they talk about mental health concerns, and so the issues are not changing. We're just getting more and more input, and so any type of change we can implement immediately, we try to address.
Yeah, it sounds like it changes then based on particular interest you have or question that you have. What do you think about this? We need your input on this particular thing. I'm thinking in terms of what Mr. Macias was talking about, a proactive approach to trying to find out what's going on in the trenches that is making you happy or unhappy with your job, and try to catch it before they're now leaving, and now we're doing an exit interview.
So I think just if we can merge into the next 2.2, which is faculty and staff engagement and satisfaction. Definitely, we talked about feedback from focus groups and rounding sessions. We are implementing stay surveys as well, where we're doing individual, kind of like exit surveys, but stay surveys as well. And we are doing our staff opinion survey through TASB in the fall semester this year. And so that is a little bit proactive on our part as well, because we're going to be able to get data before we start going into the budget season. And so when you all very graciously say, how can we resource certain areas, then we'll have some specific data. But if you look at this line about faculty, staff engagement and satisfaction, and we're focusing on getting feedback, we're looking to make sure that we have competitive and equitable compensation.
Nicole, before you move on, this is where we could add in teacher task force, if you would like
I
us
don't
to
care
put
if it's
that.
called that, because it sounds like that's specific to that. The subject of it changes based on what information you're looking for. I'm looking for what's going on in the teacher's classroom that is causing problems. I want a warning signal ahead of, we're leaving, why are you leaving?
I can tell you that Mr. Brooks' teacher task force on discipline lends itself to that.
That'll be where he is, that'll be.
And he's gotten some feedback already. We'll be prepared to give it to the board in briefly. But
You're saying add it as a progress measure?
we could add it as a progress measure, but it says here feedback from focus groups. I can tell you
That's where
that
it is.
when if there's an issue that comes up, when discipline came up, we need to start a teacher task force on discipline or focus group on it.
Focus group, comma,
I like
task
that.
force. I mean, just simply
Sure.
do you see, like, because I think the confusion is where are the task force? Well,
So
Well, it
that
sounds
could be feedback from focus groups, task force,
and
Right.
rounding.
and
And
rounding
rounding
sessions.
Correct. And then it's being reported.
I know, couldn't say that.
However you say that.
Got my tongue wrapped around my
Thank you.
teeth, couldn't say what I was saying.
But my main point was not what it's called, but the purpose.
Right,
Of
absolutely.
trying to capture what are the issues going on in the classroom that is generating a problem that's going to result in a exit.
And I think
Could you
that
say
the
that?
most recent survey of open-ended questions, once we're able to disaggregate that and look at that, is going to give us a couple of more priority items that we can convene task forces for, other than a discipline one.
I would say, Dr. Goss just reminded me that we have the Employee Superintendent Advisory Committee that is annual, year-round, and it's for purposes like that as well. When things come up, then that can have us branch off in a certain direction with a specific focus group. But we have a group of teachers that employees really, that we bring in that speak to us monthly on what some of the concerns are at campuses and in their departments.
Oh, you have representatives from each campus?
And departments.
And
So I think-
departments.
Teachers from each campus?
It's a representative
What
from
may
a
be
campus teacher or
inform-
not.
So what may be informative at your March strategic roundtable is a summary of just what was learned.
Yeah.
Do you see, like, that's the data point we're saying, like, here's 10 things that we heard between start of the year and March, and we're reporting those to you.
I'd rather summarize than to just open up because it's kind of a confidential group, kind of like the
But if you
student
provided-
But I can bring you a summary of what's talked about in there, or some of their concerns.
Well, that's what I'm
And
saying,
it's
just a
pretty
summary of
extensive.
themes, like these are themes, because the thing is, in March, you're presenting it, the reason you have that is because you're trying to get it while you can still do something about it before the year is over, right?
Correct.
That's what, so to provide a summary at the March strategic roundtable, I think is very appropriate.
Yep.
Did you get that as a consideration?
She's
you
already
so
got
much.
it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Forgot where we were at.
2-2?
Oh, yes.
I thought it was 2-3.
So,
I'll go with
so
Macias and be on
with
three.
our TASB survey, we selected a couple of survey questions that we're going to track that have to do or align with staff engagement and satisfaction. So you can see them there. I would recommend this district to a friend as a good place to work. That was brought up in our last meeting as a suggestion. There's a question about workload. There's a question about communicating openly and honestly with the supervisor, pay being competitive, and then I get help with problems or questions about benefits when I need it. So those were the questions that we pulled out to align with this particular goal. And then that last piece is we want to ensure that we're providing opportunities to promote awareness and promote employee wellness. And so I asked Ms. Roberts to kind of brainstorm some ways that we can provide more opportunities for our staff from a district level. And we're thinking about implementing one in the spring, if you want to jump in. And right now, we're only tracking our health fair and participation in our employee assistance program, but I think in the spring, we're going to add another district-wide event.
Right, we want to get employees engaged and maybe do a virtual fun run walk in the spring. And this is something they would track on their own and, set a goal, 5K, 10K, and turn it into us, and we'd enter them into some kind of maybe a drawing, a raffle. But wanting them to get engaged and involved in their campuses, or just to do it on their own and give them an opportunity to do something in them wellness-wise, Sure.
And the last one is 2.3, faculty and staff capacity building. We touched a little bit on this earlier, but we want to ensure we have leadership pipelines and development programs at all levels, so not just for teachers, but for our paraprofessionals, for our department staff. And then we want to ensure that our professional learning opportunities align with staff assignments, and of course, their evaluation tool. And so we are going to be looking at participation in our specific cohorts, such as the Judson Leadership Institute, JP3, new principal and new assistant principal cohorts. And we are going to be tracking targeted PD. So this is where our DOI teachers come in. Are we doing some targeted PD for them, new teachers? And so we've got a few survey questions that align with this one too, such as I have the equipment and tools and supplies I need to do my job. I get information I need from campus leaders. I get the training I need to do my job effectively. And then, of course, Dr. Barrera will track the number of promotions in leadership positions that are participating in one of our district-run pipelines. And so our baseline for this year is we had 6 coming out of JLI and JP3.
Again, that's one of those, I apologize. Again, that's one of those caveat areas where it depends on availability. You know, and what we want is for everybody to stay in their position, but then that would limit the amount of people. It's not like we can increase that every year. So it depends on how many administrative positions become available. Well, thank you guys. Oh, any feedback? Oh. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. And now for our last one, Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin. No, we said we were just going to go backwards. We didn't say we weren't going to do it. We just said that we were going to.
We talked about at our strategic roundtables doing that one separately at the not tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So we're not going backwards. No. Don't give me the.
Was it this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need you.
We're going to dwell in this moment.
We're going to go super slow. Is that what that sign was?
Super slow. So we're starting at 1.1, and we're going to count down to 1. I know, everybody left us. 1.3. And so, are we taking a break?
No, we just,
okay,
yeah,
we're going.
Let's
So
go
moving
through.
through.
You have a quorum.
Can I
We
jump
just
on
need to-
1.1 for just a second? Because I want to clarify some things that were said earlier. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Dr. Gibson started by talking about a SMART goal. The A in a SMART goal is attainable. And you guys might remember this conversation from when we first discussed the student priority. Is the idea is we need to come up with goals that are attainable for everyone involved, for teachers in the classroom to remain motivated as far as grinding away at what those goals are. One of the initiatives that we're really working on this year is for students to know their data and for students to have their own goals built as well. So the piece of that is that it has to be attainable. You are preaching to the choir when you say, hey, this seems like maybe we're undershooting just a little bit. I just want to remind you, this is an aggregate score for every student in Judson ISD. So for example, when you're looking at the first one, that's 1.1.1 reading, we're talking about every kid in Judson ISD that takes a STAR test. So we're talking about the 9-year-old all the way to someone who takes an EOC, an end of course exam. So we have to take that aggregate data and then we have to figure out what is attainable in the next 4 years. That's where the 10-5-3 came from. Now, when you break that down by increments, like the example Dr. Gibson gave earlier, if we're talking about 8% in 4 years, we would break that up into 2% increments every year, right? So for us, if you were to do that data, it would be something like 2.5 percentage points this year for approaches, 1.75 for meets, and then 0.75 for masters. We round up and we say 3, 2, 1. Our goal for 2025, in 73 days when we take the STAR test, our goal is 3, 2, 1. Increase approaches by 3%, increase meets by 2%, and masters by 1%. Now, I just want to say for the space, because this is incredibly important to acknowledge, these are kids we're talking about. These are their scores. These are 187 days of teacher dedication and efficacy into these scores. So for us to say the expectation for 2025 is for teachers in Judson ISD to increase 10, 5, 3, our retention rate
would plummet, because that is not attainable. We want teachers and students to leave at the end of 2025 knowing what their goal is right now and knowing that within 187 days, that is an attainable goal. And I'm glad we are recording this, because I am on record to tell you, we will be proud to come back in here in July of 2025 when our scores are posted and we have to readjust these goals.
Yes.
But that's not where we can start. Because if we were to start with 10.53 at the end of 2025, not only would kids already give up, teachers would already give up, campus principals would already give up, and DT and I would probably be looking for a job.
Well said. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Perfect.
And also, don't confuse my passion for aggression. I'm just saying. I should have led with that.
And I also want to reiterate, that Kristen and I feel this probably more so than other people, because we both have been principals of campuses that were struggling to get 3 points more, 5 points more, 2 points more. We both have been at campuses with high numbers of special ed, high numbers of emergent bilingual, high numbers of students that have been written off for whatever reason at some time in their school career, and came to a middle school, came to an elementary school with no hope, and then have to sit there and stand in front of a staff and say, we're not looking at what's next door to us, we're not looking at what was behind us, we're looking at what our goal is for this year, and we're putting everything into it to ensure that every child on this campus will grow this year. And that is the mindset that we have to go into every school year with, because we do not know in a public school what's coming through the door on that first day. We have to take what comes through the door, we have to meet them where they are, and we have to grow them to where we need them to be. And so when we came to the agreement, because both Kristen and I are type A personality and we don't take prisoners. We want to make sure that we're going to be the best in everything we do. But again, is it attainable? In 187 days, is it attainable?
Okay. Here's where I'd feel more comfortable, because I already said this feels weak to me, but I acknowledge and respect your experience. So what if we had it in increments, like at the low end, we want a 10.53, but middle end, 15, add to that, and it'd be super if we could do this and have levels, so that we don't just have this one, but we have it there so that people feel, well, if I get there, I'm getting somewhere, but have something else, and this would be even more better, and then here's another level to where people see there's a range, and give them something more, like incentive to shoot for something more. And Dr. Gibbs, it is like I'm looking for a comfort
Ms. Stanford,
level.
Can I? I think we need to go back to what you said, and as a retired teacher, you're right. We're looking at every single kid on the campus. You have kids in 5th grade who can't read.
Right.
So we're taking the kids who read the encyclopedia during the summer, and we're squishing them together with the kid in 5th grade who has not even opened a book. And so if we are going to expect the same from every kid, and we're expecting more than 10%, more than 5%, and more than 3%, as they said, teachers are going to jump ship. That's an impossibility, because in that classroom, you have the kid who reads the encyclopedia in summer for fun, and you have the 5th grade kid in the same class that doesn't even know how to read. And as a teacher, I have to make this happen. And now, if we raise this, that's an impossibility. So I agree with what y'all said. Leave it here, and I hope that we have to come back. I hope, I have confidence. It's a strength that we will come back and have to change that number because the expectation is there. And I know the staff is working on that. But as a teacher, like I said, you have this mixed group of 21 students that you have to come together. We have to put numbers to it. And if we make it so, if we, I'm a type, I don't even know what type I am. If I saw 3 sets of numbers, I'd be like, out, I'm done. I can't, because
It's a moving target.
I have to work on one thing at a time. I have to take this group and I have to move them there. If you say, well, now we want you to move them here, and then just so we're increasing it, we're going to move them here too. That's too many expectations. So I think just having the one and then saying, yes, we'll have to move it. We'll have to increase it because we're already working on bumping that out of the water. But that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so.
I'd also like to say, if I may, that just because they make that 2% doesn't mean they quit, that they quit working, that they quit trying to make them grow. I mean, you know, this is a target to shoot for. And if I'm a teacher, and I was, and I had the third grader who was reading at the 12th grade level, and the third grader who could not even do beginning letter sound. But my goal was for each of them to make at least 1 year's worth of growth, at least. If they made that 1 year, yay. If they made more, yay. They don't, and I'm saying this because what I heard as a teacher is that I'm going to be satisfied by just doing this, and that is not the case at all. And I don't want our teachers out there feeling insulted.
I would like to say this too. What goes into increasing these scores? And I've gone into the teachers' rooms, I've walked into the professional developments with Ms. Johnson. They're looking at every student, every question, everything that's required and saying, where can I help you get from this point to this point? I know when you say, you know, more than 10%. Now, I've seen them working. It's going to happen. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, so
There's going to
why
be
can't
jumps
we-
in some
if I can get
areas.
back to that, why can't we say, at a minimum, we want 10?
No, because what's happening is because it's attainable and because people can see the light at the end of the tunnel, they are leaning in a way that I haven't seen in quite some time. And you
Give them that. I'm not saying take it away.
But what I'm saying is right now they have a chart that they've got a path that they charted. They've come in, they've looked at all their kids, they've charted out how they can get this done. And I don't want to be like the state, moving the goalpost in the middle of the game when I've set out a plan to get where we need to go. And then I know what's going to happen is we should surpass in some areas. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to make it in some areas as well. But overall, what I've seen this year is dramatically better than how we've started off the years in years
So
past.
we know
And
the
it's because
potential is there.
it's because we've got a plan, 10-5-3, easy to understand, and people can go home and sit and chart out a way to get there.
And if I can add to that, the other thing about accountability, even the state puts schools in comparison groups. They're not going to compare a school that has X number EcoDis, X number of special ed, X number of that, and put them up against a school that is not even in that comparison group. But at the end of the day, when the state determines what the ratings are going to be, they set the bar at a certain level, and then you either meet that bar or you don't. There's not 3 separate bars. There is a bar that is set. And so for us to put in front of our teachers, here's 3 different ways we want you to try to get there, I think that that's a disservice to teachers. And they're working hard. I cannot say what we have seen over the past few weeks. It's hard out there. Our teachers are up against things that I did not even face when I was a teacher in the classroom. that I did not even face when I was a principal on a campus a short 3 years ago. There are things that are out there right now that are not for the faint of heart. And so for us to be very clear on what the goal is, and then very clear on what we expect them to do, and then provide the support day in and day out, from the principal down to the custodian, to make sure that our kids have an opportunity to grow, and be ready for the next grade level.
I'd like to respond as well, and I don't think Ms. Stanford was saying that teachers aren't working hard. We know they are. And the thing is, we had this discussion under the Ball administration. Deborah Eaton and Ms. Canoyer were with me on the board when we had this conversation, and I was really determined that we needed to raise the bar. You were in the room as well. And it's because at that time, we were investing in pre-K. There was no reason why our pre-K investment shouldn't have yielded stronger results by third grade if they started in pre-K and by third grade. But nobody wanted to jump those numbers. They wanted to know we got to be real conservative. That's where my concern came there. But what I learned out of that experience was that it put this perceived burden on teachers. And I would never burden teachers with having to get to numbers if we haven't given them the resources. I mean, there has to be resources added to that. And that's something I think Ms. Stanford and many of us have talked about. We want you to get there. Where is it happening in the state of Texas? And they're getting there, and we're not. Where's a district that has the same population, but they're winning and they're producing better performance? We need to know that, because if it's more emphasis in whatever it is, more parent engagement or more individualized tutoring or a focus on whatever it is, I'm willing to make that investment. But you guys are doing the day-to-day work. You need to come back and say, we are seeing this. She wants to be aspirational, so do I. We have a community out there that's paying tax dollars that's saying that we're wasting their tax dollars because we're not providing an education that we're failing them. And that's the narrative in some markets. Charter schools are eating that all up. We are not failing kids. We are doing the best we can, but we have an opportunity collectively to do even better. And whatever that is, we need to do it. Now, I will say I'm very happy with, I won't say very happy, I'm satisfied with the 10-5-3. We need to put a benchmark. We need to grow. But in this market, I do want Judson ISD to be the best district. I want to be better than anyone, regardless of our population. And the thing that's off topic on this that I want to just add in here, what strategy are we doing for those children that are transferring in, that are coming in already 2 grade levels behind?
From the charter schools.
From charters or from homeschool. And this reality could even be more poignant if vouchers passed and folks homeschool their kids for a couple of years and come back and they're 2 grade levels, 3 grade levels behind. What is the strategy to help those? I know we've talked about segmentation. We can't segment students. We have to put them all in the same classroom. But there has to be some strategy, because those students are sometimes they're disruptive because they don't understand what's happening. It stresses the teacher out. There has to be some strategy innovatively to incorporate a percentage more of students that need more individualized, and you having a 15-to-1 student-teacher ratio in that class with a teacher aide. But it's not, and you still integrate regular students. That's sort of the innovation I would like us to do to tackle this issue, because it's important. And I'm not going to digress from what Ms. Stanford said earlier. We want higher numbers. You want higher numbers. We all want higher numbers. But we need to work together to get there. And we just don't want to tell our community, this is where we want to go. We need to be more aspirational.
There's 2 things I've got to say, because every time I hear the word failing, it goes all over my body. We don't have failing schools in Judson ISD. We have 1 school that is in comprehensive targeted support, which means they have failed to meet the targets set by the federal government for 3 years or more.
And the rest of our schools have met that
And I didn't say that.
And
I
so-
said that's the perception.
I know.
I know what the
Right.
truth is, but the narrative is out there that that's the
Right.
perception, so.
But sometimes when we say things in open forum like that, people take it and run with it. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
And I said, quote unquote, they're saying we're failing.
Yes, sir.
I'm not saying we're failing,
Yes, sir.
but we can do better, so.
I know you, Mr. Macias. I've known you for quite some time. I know you're not saying that, but I just kind of want to just put that in perspective because something was said earlier this evening about 10 failing schools. We don't have 10 failing schools in Judson ISD. We have one school that's been designated as low performing by federal guidelines, targeted comprehensive support. I also want to say that at the end of the day, we are putting goals in place that are attainable, but we are also, when you're talking about your aspirations, making sure that we're putting systems in place. And you alluded to that in your comments about what are we doing about the kids that are, and we don't even have to wait for vouchers to pass. We're getting the kids from charter schools, from homeschool right now that have been out of school for 4 or 5 years and are coming back and are not on grade level coming into the 6th grade. And so what are we doing? There's something called the multi-tiered student support. That is, we talked about it at the end of the year when we were going through our EOY data. That is looking at the students beyond just the academics, because we truly know the students that we're seeing nowadays, it's more than just the academics. It's talking about that is social and emotional learning that we have to also address. So a school has now become more than just a place of academics. It's also become a place where we have to offer counseling, not only just for the student, but also for the family, which is those wraparound services we're talking about right now in T-Chat. We also have to teach kids. We were just talking about how we grew up and we taught our sons to open doors for females and doing all those things. Those are things that are not being taught at home that we're now having to incorporate into our pre-K, kinder, and 1st and 2nd grade. Just day-to-day niceties, being kind, showing kindness and whatnot. So when you're talking about what we're having to do, is looking at the whole child and not just focusing on the academics, because sometimes you can't even get to the academics because there's something else going on, either physically, mentally, or emotionally that is getting in the way of the learning. The other thing is that we've had to retch up our level of RTI support, response to intervention support for behavior, because we're seeing behaviors since COVID that were not seen in elementary, not seen in middle school, not seen in high school, and we're having to address that. And so you're talking about behavior supports, also academic supports, and SEL supports, social emotional learning supports. So a school with less money now than we've had in the past is having to build this comprehensive system that is going to address all those things in order for a child to be successful academically. Going back to the 10-5-3.
Ms. Eaton had her hand up a moment ago, so if I can let her go first, thank you.
Yes, I'm done, I'm sorry.
Okay, no.
Welcome to church.
First of all, thank you all so much for all the work that you all have put into this. You know, and I know this is a little bit off, but when I'm out and about and I see kids that look school age, and I'm talking well school age, like 4th, 5th, 6th grade, you know, I always ease up to them and I be like, why you not in school today? And, you know, I get this, I'm being homeschooled thing. Interesting. And I encourage you all to start doing that, okay? Because how you being homeschooled and you in Walmart in the toy section trying to argue with your mama about the toy you want that she won't buy. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. I spoke with a couple of teachers in the last couple of weeks. One, actually, when I walked away from her, I almost cried because she was a kindergarten teacher to a child that she now has in 3rd grade. And she was expressing to me that when he left kindergarten, he was smart as a whip. He could write his name, he could spell his name and everything. And now she got him in 3rd grade, and he didn't even recognize his name on the first day of school. And I'm looking at her and I'm wanting to know what happened between kindergarten and third grade. What happened? And I know it's not the teacher, because teachers cannot do it by themselves. It cannot just happen in the span of a school day over a course of 187 days. It can't. Home has to click in. Homework. Somebody has to sit down with these kids sometime and, hey, read me a book. Not just me read you a book, read me a book. You know, write your name. You know, all this. Anyway, you get my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
it's a whole deal. Okay, because I'm telling you, you know, I'm 70 years old, but I know when school let out, when we got home, first question was, what you got for homework? And if we didn't have any, guess what we had to do? Write our multiplication. At least one full time from 1 to 12. But it's just, it can't all be done in one day in 187 days. Families have got to step up to the plate too and get the kids to understand this is important.
Thank you.
And I know what you're saying about the charter schools, because I happen to know 2 kids that got put out, and it was just because they failed the STAR test. And I know that's why they got put out. And guess where they ended up?
Right.
They are now proud members of Judson. Okay, so yeah.
So I'd like to.
Ms. Ryan.
Oh, sorry,
Ms.
I
Ryan had a comment.
apologize. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
I guess my concern is, if we have gone out and told every individual teacher in this district that their individual goal is 10-5-3, then I think we've kind of missed a big portion of what data analysis is, because a board sets goals, right? Big, huge, Army, I'm going to go take Germany, whatever, I'm going to go attack, right? That has nothing to do with what the goal of the private and the foxhole is, because Marilyn McKinney's individual classroom goal is not the same as Ms. Aguilar's individual classroom goal. Every one of those classrooms is different, and we see that in our metrics. Because we see certain groups, demographic in one of the categories TEA looks at, right, that we're falling behind in certain groups, and those groups aren't equally spread across every single classroom. So there may be some teacher that may be 20%. It's the low-hanging fruit that you talked about in our first one, which are those kids that are 1 or 2 classes or questions away from each of those things. So it is not up to our teachers to know 10-5-3. We know a number up here. And what we do is we manage then the priorities and the resources, but those principals and those academic coaches, with the help of district, have to figure out every single individual classroom, how do they fit into whatever our goals are. And I'm concerned that when I look at the numbers for 10, 5, and 3, I'm back to benchmarks again, because I hear over and over, oh, scores went down because it's a legislative year. Oh, scores went down because of the new all right, well, when you benchmark, you don't have problems with that, because you benchmark yourself against what everybody else is going through. But when I plug these numbers in, this doesn't even get us to average. We were, in 2022, we were chasing that state average. We were there. There were categories. We were right above. Man, we were rocking and rolling in 2022. And now when you look at our numbers, we have lost so much ground on the state. And even if you add 10-5-3 to those numbers, 4 years from now, we are going to be below the 50th percentile in so many of the categories against the state. And I can't look at my stakeholders and say in 4 years, Judson is still going to be below average, because I don't think we have below average kids, and I don't think we have below average teachers. And our district can't be below average. I didn't come here to be below average. I came here to be above average, to be chasing that. And so to set goals that'll put Judson below the 50th percentile in the bottom half of the state, parents are not going to choose a district that's in the bottom half of the state if they have other choices. So I don't think these, I would pray, we were so close to the state average 2 years ago, that if we are targeting and attacking the kids that we know we can instantly help that we just lost over the last 2 years, and we just got to get them a little more up. And then we got to start chasing that over average, because that's where we were. And these numbers are so much lower than what the board set 2 years ago.
That's
I
not
got the
true.
updated-
You've said it about 5 times.
I have
So
the
what we
numbers.
did was we had, well, it was a different test too. This is a different
That's
STAR
what I keep
test
hearing.
than 2 years ago.
That's all I have to
In
say.
addition, we had campuses that we even had to put into LASSO grants to increase those scores at those campuses, and we have less failing campuses now. So to give the impression that Judson is a failing campus, that's just not right. It's not right. It's not, well, you said,
We're below the state average. Bottom 50th percentile. That's a true statement, though.
I wouldn't say that we're not below the state average. That's why we're trying to set these scores to get back to it. But you're giving the impression that Judson is a failing district, and 2 years ago we weren't, we were doing great. That's not true. That's not true. We had struggling schools. We had more struggling schools 2 years ago. We've made tremendous gains, and it's shown in the scores
And
with
if
the
I
new
may
test.
add, there are a lot of TA has not released official scores for everybody else. So some of the statements that are made are assumptions. But in addition to that, when we're talking about a 10-5-3 goal, I'm not sure that we're understanding what an aggregate goal means. As a district, we have always been a growth district. And the goal that you see up there is not a growth goal, it's a performance goal. In order to reach 10% in 4 years, every teacher's going to have to set individual goals with students.
Which we
That
already
is
have.
Absolutely. That is their personal best. So every teacher has to address a goal with the student that is going to grow them at least 1 year's growth or more. And in some cases, some students are not going to meet the performance that the state is setting, but you will see growth, and the state acknowledges that. So if the state is acknowledging and giving the districts opportunities to reach both either a growth goal or a performance goal, and we are just limiting ourselves to a performance goal, perhaps what you're wanting to see is a growth goal, which would actually might be easier to attain. So to say that 10-5-3 is anemic, I don't think we're understanding what that means. 10% at least, maybe more we will reach. But in order to get that 10% of approaches, every teacher is going to have a huge variety to work with, a variety of students and a variety of individual goals. So we might be setting that as an aggregate, but individually in each classroom, you're going to have so many teachers doing so many things to reach or go beyond that. This, right now, might be a starting point, and if towards the end of this year we reach that, then we would come back next year and raise that.
Ms. Davis, could I add two
Yes,
things
please do.
very quickly? I want to, if we were to drill down to, let's just say, a fourth grade student who maybe has dyslexia. Let me tell you a story about a fourth grade student who could make a year and a half worth of growth and still fail STAR. A year and a half. So a teacher, a dyslexia therapist, a principal, parents, all hovering around this kiddo to grow that kid a year and a half, which is exceptional growth, right? A year is typical. A year and a half, exceptional growth. And that fourth grade student that everyone has invested in may not even pass STAR. So what is the expectation that what is the conversation we have with not only the campus principal, the teacher, the student, and the family? Thank you so much. You grew a year and a half, but you did not meet our 10%. Now I'm going to have to place you on a growth plan. I was very clear about 10-5-3. Yes, you grew a year and a half, but you did not pass STAR. We are in a very awkward predicament because the state of Texas holds us to accountability through STAR. Not all of our students are even in a place to access grade level TEKS. So we're asking teachers in some cases to do the impossible. Now I want to take you to a 4th grade student who's gifted and talented, who grows a year's worth, which is what we asked them to do. That student could perform meets last year, and after growing a year, meets this year as well. After a year's worth of growth, a gifted and talented student could still be at meets. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work and dedication. Thank you, kiddo, for growing a year. You did not go from meets to masters. We did not meet our 10-5-3. We have to be very careful about the way we package this, because as Ms. Davis said, we are interested in kids growing. No one in Judson ISD is going backwards. We are devoted to growing every single kid, but unfortunately, the state of Texas does not always acknowledge that.
If I may, I wanted to, look, well, no one's hands up? Okay, all right.
Because in general, I think this is an amazing document. I'm really proud of it and all the work that's gone into it. I think it's going to be a fantastic tool for us. I'm uncomfortable with this section. So I wanted to ask you, Dr. Gibson, to make me feel more comfortable with it.
I was going there.
Would it be unreasonable to say our minimum goal is a 10-5-3? And a middle goal, if we would love to see us get to 15-10-6. And it would be amazing, just like approaches, meets,
Right.
and our Excel goal would be a 20-15-12. But our minimum, what we're aiming for is this.
What I'm
That's
going
not
to.
like,
Yeah, what
we're
I'm
not
going
saying
is.
you have all these goals, we're
The
saying.
challenge with that, but
Yeah,
it's
I wanna
funny,
hear
I
what
was
you're
about to recommend something that's close to that. The challenge with that is if you start jamming too many numbers in there, like if everything matters, then nothing matters. Because you've got, these are just words, not numbers, but there's a statement at the top of 1.1 under long-term outcomes that says initial targets. These will be recalibrated annually. It's just a simple statement, but that's what we're kind of saying. Like, we had to set a set of initial targets. But we're putting on here that every year, annually, we're going to recalibrate what's the right number. But this is our baseline, this is our initial set of targets.
And so for you as a previous superintendent, you would be comfortable with this?
I would
This
rather-
makes sense to you?
I would, yes. With the caveat that Dr. Saunders started with, that what I'm telling you as superintendent is that next summer, our goal is to be here to tell you we got to recalibrate that because we hit it.
I think that's.
No, she started with that, and I'm.
No, I think that's the way I started off the conversation.
Yeah.
Saying that I think that you're going to see much better than this at the end of the year. We have a way to chart it off. We've targeted. Everybody's engaged, and these are not unrealistic.
I don't think they're
I don't think they're low. I think that if you were to go to another district, they wouldn't say that, oh, those are low.
I mean, when I'm
performance.
glancing at it, it doesn't look, I don't know your comparative data, but it doesn't look low to me, I'm just telling you.
No, I'm talking about the fact that we're saying we're going to go up 10% in approaches, 5% in meets, and 3% in
My
passes.
glance at this, without having a lot of context, was that those are some pretty good targets. I'm just telling you, my glance when I sat down. Like, we've got some, but I get what you're saying. I think a statement of these are initial targets that will be recalibrated.
And that's why I'm satisfied with them. I know they're not permanent. There are benchmark numbers. We will work together to emphasize innovative strategies. And again, if I can't say this enough, we don't have the resources to do much more. So it's hard to do more when you don't have the resources. That'll change too, God willing, and soon.
Yes.
But this is the first step, not the final step.
Correct.
And naturally, the board, administration, we haven't worked through the other aspects of things. And what I would probably say to make Ms. Stanford feel better too, look at those districts that look like us, look at what that academic metric looks like, and see where that compares. Because I know you guys have had to do that. You're looking at similar districts. We're not Shirt-Cibolo. We don't have a 25% economically disadvantaged population.
Correct.
Or 75% or more. But I do feel confident that we are addressing that and that we will be better. But that plays a role. That plays a role in everything that we're doing here. And I think we're doing what is necessary right now. And I'm looking forward to, like I said, continue to work through.
Are you two, is it up there, the consideration, or were you? Okay, is everybody, because I mean, I think it's just, I know it's just verbiage, but maybe that verbiage, words matter. Yep.
We had said that at the beginning, so we'd have no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We said that at the beginning, so we'd have no problem putting that at the extreme top for every category. Initial targets will be recalibrated annually, because we said that if we see ourselves moving past that, then we'll come back to the board and say, hey, we need to readjust in this area. Lacey?
I just wanted to say that at the very beginning, when this meeting started, we heard from a teacher who said that what teachers want is transparency, and they want to know what their target is. And there is a lot of feeling of uncertainty about what they need to be doing, what's going to happen in the future. And I think by providing a very clear target for them to go to, knowing that it feels comfortable and attainable, and something that they can plan for on a very small scale, is a step in a potential direction to provide those teachers with, number one, transparency of I know exactly where the district wants me to go. And I know that if I am able to do this and I'm able to grow a child, then I know that I'm doing the job that my principal, that my superintendent, that Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin want me to do. And I think when we get into this, we all want to see students achieve. But at the same time, we need to think about the other components that are in this document and how these potential benchmarks and these percentages play into how those other pieces fit in. Down to what Ms. Eaton said about parent involvement and engagement, our teachers, and thinking about what we can provide to them.
No, I love what you're saying, and Jim Collins and his analysis of that became the book Good to Great. I think what you're talking about is the flywheel concept, because you've got to get the flywheel going. Then once it's going, then it takes less force to keep it going. But if you say we want the flywheel to go from 0 to 75 miles an hour immediately, everybody's just not going to happen, or they just kind of walk away. I think, so is that fair for me? Like we just got to get the flywheel. You've got to get the flywheel going. Then we can start just spinning it faster and faster. But the CEO of Moat Casey, just so y'all know, he'll say, I'll make your STAR scores anywhere you want them to be tomorrow, as long as you don't care how many teachers quit next year. And so I love the fact that you're setting specific targets for teacher retention and engagement and satisfaction, because this is the dance between priority 1 and priority 2. It is a dance, and I'm not a good dancer. I have to think about every step. It's not fluid. I have no rhythm. But so I can relate to it being a dance between priority 1 and priority 2, because it's a challenge. And you can fix one and mess the other one up, and fix the other one and mess the other one up, right? So we're just trying to find the right line in there, Ms. Amber, I guess what I'm saying.
And I'd just like to say that setting a target higher doesn't mean anybody's going to work any harder, doesn't mean any student's going to perform any better. What we can do with the targets that we set is make our teachers comfortable to say, that's something I can do. I can reach that. I know I can. I can work a little harder. My kids can get excited about achieving their goal. But when we set a goal that's impossible, the teacher's going to say, I'll never meet that. Why bother?
I think that's...
Why bother? If you have not been in a classroom, you don't understand how difficult it is to move the needle. 1% of an increase in performance on STAR is hard to achieve. There is so much that goes into preparing students, getting them ready for the test, teaching it as a genre, because it is absolutely nothing like the real world, teaching them the tricks and all those things that you can do.
Feeding them.
Yeah, feeding them. All the things that go behind it. And I would never want our teachers to think that we're going to just kind of ride roughshod on them and give them a target that they can't meet. We need to make them feel comfortable that they can do this. We need to build them up so that they can build the students up. And that's the whole goal of making it achievable, a SMART goal. That's why we write SMART goals. They're measurable, they're strategic, they're time-bound, they're actionable, they're achievable. And the fact that we can come back at every strategic roundtable and adjust that target if we need to, then we will. But I can't support raising what we have hired people to do and go against their advice. These are the people who are in the trenches, who are working with the teachers, who are working with everybody out there. This is what they say we can do, for sure. Right? That's a for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's give them that opportunity, and then when we come back in February and we look at MOI data, then we can say, oh, we are well on the way. And then when we come back and look at end-of-year data, we can say, okay, this is where we got to go. We got to raise that higher, if that's appropriate. But we can't just come out of the gate with some aspirational goal just because somebody in the community said your goal's too low. We know better. We're the ones making the decisions, and we have to be able to explain to them that this is a goal that we can reach. My soapbox.
No, it's good, and just maybe this, well, in 12 years at my last district, I'm just going to be honest, I was never happy with where the number was finally set, not one time. But I constantly just tried to listen and just as much as I could get in the, out of the system, I wanted it. But I didn't want to blow the system up. Does that make sense? It never was where I wanted it.
I wanted it 100%.
I was about to say, if you think that we want our grades to be here, no.
But that's not reasonable.
But I was constantly negotiating with smart people on where it is, like where it is. And anyway, if that makes you feel any better, I never felt good about what we put on the final target. But what I do know is once we got started on the scorecard, Mr. Macias, I mean, you and I talked a lot during that time period, and we started hitting it, then back to the flywheel, and then we hit it, and then we hit it, and then we hit it, and we had to start raising it up because we started hitting it.
And when people see success, that's
correct.
a motivating factor
That's
as well
correct.
for our students and for our teachers.
That's correct.
And so that's how you keep building that engagement with what we're doing.
Well, I think involving the students in the goal setting is going to make a huge difference
Absolutely.
by itself. Because I did attend a conference session with the district that did that, and they had astronomical improvement in 1 year. So given that we're doing that, not happy with this, but I'm willing to give it a year.
We
and
appreciate that.
go from there.
So I'd really like to talk real quickly about the tactical actions and the progress measures on how we expect to get there. And then you'll see under the long-term outcomes, we've just gone from where we calculated that we're at in approaches, meets, and masters in overall in each of these areas, reading, math, social studies, and science, and then increasing at those percentages at each level. So, Dr. Toppin.
So
Dr.
going to
Sun.
the tactical actions that we have engaged in, one of the things is the audit that we have set with CMAT to come in and look at our curriculum, because our curriculum is homegrown here in the district based on the standards that are set by the state, which is our TEKS. So the curriculum audit is going to determine whether or not we're going to meet the goal for 1.1.1, which is to ensure that our curriculum is aligned to the state standards. And then when you look at 1.1.2, it's looking at it from the standpoint of, are we ensuring that what is being taught is aligned, and also ensuring that Tier 1 instruction, because that is the best way that we can reach all kids is through Tier 1, have strong Tier 1 instruction, and then do what we call those multi-tiered student supports that go beyond just the classroom instruction. And one of the ways that we're doing is that we are all walking cabinet walks every Monday. We hit a campus and we walk classrooms and we do observations in the classroom, and then we meet with the principals and debrief about what we have seen. We've also set an instructional model in place for our teachers to let them know these are the things that we need to see in our classroom that will ensure strong Tier 1 instruction. We're walking as a curriculum and instruction department, going to visit classrooms. We're walking as a special ed department, going to visit classrooms and gathering data to make sure that everything that's happening in the classroom is aligned to what the state is in wanting us to be at, as well as what strong Tier 1 instruction. And then the last part of that is our data measurements. We're meeting with principals twice a month. We're meeting them in a leadership meeting, but we're also meeting them in what we call our PLCs, our data-driven meetings, and going back and looking at their data from unit assessments, looking at their data from BOY, MOY, and EOY, and talking about where those kids are falling in the buckets of do not meets, or are they at approaches, or are they at meets, or are they at masters, and what are we specifically targeting, and what are we specifically doing to get those students back on track if they're not meeting the growth targets or not meeting the achievement targets that we have set at each campus, at each grade level, in each classroom.
I have to chime in, and I know everyone's tired, but it's important stuff. We took the model of the scorecard and we flipped it for principals, and they each built a strategic plan.
Yes.
So they listed their priorities, they listed what their tactical actions are, what the operational actions are for the classroom teacher. We have met with, I'm almost finished, I know that DT is finished, with every single principal and set their BOY. So they understand the goals for not only the entire campus, but each grade level as well. Then the expectation is you go back and you have those conversations with your campus teachers, who then take the next step and have that conversation with students. Ms. Stanford, you mentioned students knowing their data. I would encourage you to reach out to Dr. Kelly Lofton and join her in her student-led parent conferences. You want to talk about moving the needle in Judson ISD? When you can sit with a second grade student and listen to them tell their data story to their families, that is the epitome of moving the needle on instruction and making sure that students understand their data. So when we talk about it from the strategic level for you guys and each one of those layers underneath, because you said, do principals know? Do teachers know? Yes. Everyone knows. This is a constant conversation. I made the remark to Dr. Fields not long ago. Thank you for setting the tone in Judson ISD. We were at a leadership meeting in July, and he told campus principals, put your phone down and stand up. And then he talked about 1053, and he talked about the marching orders, and he talked about our responsibility as cabinet to campus principals and principals' responsibility to teachers. And I am not exaggerating when I tell you, you could hear a pin drop. Because people are thirsty for this. People want direction. They want to know what the expectations are. And when all is said and done, when teachers leave the classroom at the end of the year, they want to know that they were successful. One of the biggest indicators in student success is teacher efficacy.
Yes.
Teachers believing their children can do it.
Yes.
And I know that we have crossed the bridge on the aspirational goal, and I appreciate that. But one of the side effects of that is when we set an attainable goal, that teacher efficacy is elevated to the level where we can't stop the growth. I'm telling you right now, the gains are going to be remarkable. We just need a little bit of patience, and we need a little bit of support. Our principals need cheerleading, our teachers need cheerleading, our families need cheerleading. This is an opportunity for us to unite around a goal and move the district forward.
Well said. Student experience and well-being.
One of the things, going back to that multi-tiered student support, is making sure that every student feels a sense of belonging, and every student is engaged in their own learning. And so one of the things that we have added this year is talking about in our students that are between, because it seems like we're losing kids between 6th and 10th grade, 6th and 12th grade, that excitement about being in school and doing things, school things, kind of wanes a little bit when they hit middle school. So one of the things we're going to be tracking is student participation and student engagement in extracurricular, co-curricular, or clubs in grades 6 through 10 to see, and giving our principals a target to hit with that to increase the number of students that are coming to school for just more than academics. Because what we do know when you're looking at the whole child, that sometimes it takes that welding class that I have to get up and go to every day. That's the only thing that's getting me out of the bed, and that's the only thing making me sure that I keep my grades up. It's because I want to go to those welding competitions. So we are going to start tracking our students that are involved in extracurricular, co-curricular, and clubs in grades 6 through 10. 1.2 is also looking at student perception of safety and belonging, which has become a big part of what we do in public education, and that is that panorama survey that we are utilizing. I'm sorry, I didn't go to it right here. The panorama survey that Ceci's team is working with and putting out there and honing in on specific questions that have to do with their perception of safety, their perception of belonging in the school. Ceci, you want to add anything to that?
This Monday, we sent out the survey for the beginning of year. It includes several components, I think 6 for the students and 6 for the parents. It is a 3-week survey, so it'll close about 2 weeks from now. We also give that same survey at the end of the year so that we can measure growth, and that would be included into the metrics.
Strengths, considerations, anything unclear? With 1.1, 1.2?
Well, with 1.1 and 1.2, I'm happy to hear, because I've stated it a lot, extracurricular involvement in middle school is critical, but we did eliminate Boys and Girls Club in middle school. There's still a lot of middle school kids who have nothing to do after. That is an opportunity, again, if we had the money, we would do something to tutor, to give them academic support after the classroom, or do something that would inspire and motivate them. Because I know too much classwork, they burn out, so we have to balance that. But looking at strategies to partner with appropriate nonprofits to offer support after hours is something that I think is important. Ms. Ross, who used to be the principal at Metzger, she had a inspirational group that she had kids meet in the morning, and they came and they inspired and heard good positive words. Those are things that have to be part of this process to really help engage students and go through that social emotional issues that they may be having at home. And so, again, there's not been a replacement, and not everyone's going to do extracurricular. So what are we going to do with these students that we could help?
I know that a lot of our schools are offering clubs as a way to engage students, and so you have chess club, you have Glee Club, you have Key Club, you have all these different organizations that teachers are taking on additional responsibilities as sponsors to get students engaged in school beyond just the academics. But definitely something that we are going to be tracking this year, which is why we included clubs in that 1.2, because it goes beyond just the extracurricular that is normally offered through a school setting.
And so for those parents that need support, after-school support, that's still an opportunity, because obviously I can't wait to see the data. The data is going to say how many students are participating on this campus, and then what about those that are not. And again, I would say middle school is a very critical age right now, that we just need to step up our game there and whatever we can do. But thank you, and I appreciate the benchmarks as we start.
I'm not sure if this would fit in 1.2 or 1.1, but if there's some, as a consideration, if there's something we can do to acknowledge the achievements as the kids move forward and they're aiming at these goals, if there's some way to recognize
That's an awesome idea.
Thank you.
Celebrations.
some kind of celebration like we do here in the boardroom. We can't have everyone come into the boardroom, but maybe per campus to have some, because that will encourage, that will gen up excitement and
Shows support for the movement.
show support and give us a better
Bless you.
shot at success.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good idea.
Next, we have CCMR. This would be Ms. Davis and Mr. Holmes, and they will move quickly through CCMR.
So for CCMR, we, of course, that stands for College Career and Military Readiness. And so we've broken down the tactical and the metrics into the three areas. For college, we have increased awareness of program course offerings. That's 1.3.1. I'm going to put them together. 1.3.2 is strategic enrollment in advanced courses. And 1.3.3, ensure successful completion of TSI readiness, including TSIA assessment, SAT, ACT, and college prep course. The metrics in order to increase the college portion of the CCMR bucket would be to meet the TSI criteria in reading and math, earned credit in a dual credit course, 1 English or math, or 3 electives, meet the criteria in AP exams, earn an associate degree, and complete on-ramps dual enrollment courses. These are metrics that the state approves of. And so if we're trying to increase that area, we want to use those metrics that the state is looking at. So our goal there is that by 2028, we will increase the CCMR for graduating seniors from 64% to 76%. By 2028, JISD will increase the test participation in advanced placement, going from 84% to 90% in 2027-28. And we will increase the number of seniors meeting TSI criteria in math and ELAR from 52% to 55% by 2028. That is for the college section. For the career section, we have 4 tactical strategies, and they are?
Yes, so we have active recruitment and strategic enrollment for CTE pathways, alignment with industry-based certifications with the program of study, to ensure continued enrollment in CTE programs of study, and ensure SPED graduates are completing an advanced grad plan or completed their workforce readiness component of their IEP.
And the metrics that the state uses on these are earned industry-based certification, review of the completed personal graduation plans, graduate under an advanced diploma plan, and be identified as a current SPED student, earn a level 1 or 2 certificate, and graduate with completed IEP workforce readiness. I will share that this particular portion is becoming a little bit more difficult because the state has moved the goalpost. Once they've started, we started playing the game, and so earning an IBC is becoming increasingly harder over the next 2 years. This year, they've implemented not just earning the IBC, which would earn the credit previously. You've got to earn the IBC and be a concentrator. And what that means is they need to take at least 2 to 3 courses, not just take the certification exam.
That just changed.
Just changed for this year.
And it's going to change again.
And
And it's changing again.
next year.
Yeah.
So now you've got to take the IBC, pass the exam, and be a completer, which means 3 or more courses.
That's why.
Oh, 2 or more, two courses.
The CCMR, the mid-year check, to me is really important because they just changed the formula, and so it's a way for everybody to kind of know where we are on the new formula change, rather than just waiting until it's all.
We've actually been tracking this because they tried to phase it in the middle of the year, and I brought my chart because it is complicated. In 2023, the graduates for 2023 were the very first ones that had a specification attached to their certification. Before, they just said, did you pass the certification? You're good to go.
So the state acknowledges their certification, the actual workforce area, but TEA did not.
So, yeah, so they put limits on the 22-23 graduates. For the 23-24, they had to earn 1 class in that program, but it had to be a level 2. So even if you already earned a certification, if it wasn't in a level 2, so we scrambled to make sure every student had a level 2 class that year. This year, they have to be concentrators.
So I am currently going through every single concentrator on Data Suite to see who does not have a certification in their course that matches with what they're a concentrator in.
And then next year?
And
Dr.
next
Steele?
year, they have to be completers, which means they need 3 or more courses they have to pass. And that means we're also tracking attendance, because if they don't earn credit, it's not considered passing.
And we're tracking that
We're
in preparation.
we're tracking all of it, sir. They have to have 4 or more credits for 3 or more
Okay,
classes.
on everything that she just mentioned, the February check-in is extremely critical.
Yes.
But so the data that you're going to hear in February is, if you don't do that check-in, you're not going to hear that until after the fact, right?
And just to complicate it, because our goal, if you notice, is we are maintaining a 19%. TEA also announced throughout last fall a realignment of all of the programs of study, including IBCs, which means IBCs that may have fallen under a previous program where a student earned it is no longer in that program.
Right.
So we're making our best effort to make sure that we don't go backwards.
Yep.
That's our goal, and we're sticking to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds horrendous the way you say it, but this is a good thing for students.
It's not.
This is an amazing thing, because I've gone to a couple of sessions on this, and there were school districts out there trying to game the system. So what they do is they put 200 Sallys in a Microsoft Word level 1 class, have them take the Microsoft Word certification class, so they get their CCMR up to 100. Well, guess what? We all know Sally isn't going to make it in the real world with a level 1 Microsoft Word certification. So we owe it to kids to actually get them career ready. And what this does is it forces everybody else, it forces everybody to make sure, because the things that are now no longer counted were things that were truly not setting these kids up for success in the real world. So while it sounds horrendous, this is a good thing for kids. And this is going to make better human beings come out of high schools.
We don't like change, generally speaking, to her point, but
Yeah.
I think it's hard for us to argue with what the new metrics are.
As long as everybody's being evaluated.
Yeah, it wasn't nefarious to like screw over the school districts. Like, it wasn't trying to do that. It really was trying to do the right things.
It is when done at the middle
Typically,
of the
they
year.
give you a year to get ready for the
Well,
change.
it's not that they didn't give you a year. The issue is CCMR is the only metric that's measured a year back, right? Because they give us 6 months to go get their DD, or however long it is, I don't know. Whatever, they give you a while to get all the documentation back on kids, and it's not, the due date is after the taper.
So
they
there's
have to
nothing we
go
can
look
do
a
about
whole year back, so when they change things, this one is the one that just gets
But
caught.
usually what they do, though, Ms. Ryan, is then you maintain that same score during that year you're trying to correct it. They don't evaluate you on students who have already graduated based on whether or not you meet that new
Nobody
criteria.
could figure out what to do with year-old data on a current one, but they had to change the rules, but then you don't change the data, so it's a mess. But it is what it is, and this is good for kids.
I think, Ms. Ryan, though, you actually hit the nail on the head. We are actually in CCMR with the industry-based certifications. When it comes to the accountability numbers, we are being affected by some districts who have chosen to game the system, like you said, and so they had to change those criteria. That's why when you look and you see that 19%, we're wanting to maintain that. That 19% was back when all the gaming was going on. We weren't gaming, right? And now we're going through this process, and we want to make sure that we continue to maintain that, even though they've now raised the bars on all those different areas.
That's good.
Thank you for clarifying that. So that is the career portion, and then the military portion is, as you know, they've just added back military enlistment as one of the criteria. And students have until January from their graduation date to submit the DD Form 4. And so by 2028, we would like to increase the number of military recruits submitting the DD4 enlistment paperwork to campus personnel from 70 to 77. And this is actual students, not personnel.
Yeah, Ms. Ryan, you know that this is just an education piece, because We've got more students than that who joined the military. They just didn't know they needed to bring back their DD4.
No, that's what I talked about, like certain, whatever carrot to get that piece of paper back. I give them a free yearbook. I don't care what it is, just to get the piece of paper back. But also with military
Bad
too,
idea.
it's the LOTC program, right? It's, LOTC is a huge part of this now, because now we have 500-600 kids
Right.
who are spending an hour a day with a first sergeant, with some former military. And so the number of kids, and I know you talked to a bunch of them at Metzger too, is what you gonna do when you grow up. I'm hearing Marines out of a few more little voices than I used to, and this is all the way in middle school, because there's now this pipeline where kids are thinking about it way earlier. So I'm really hoping years down the road that this LOTC program is going to inspire these kids to service for their country, community service. So I'm
No
hoping
doubt.
these numbers go up, and I hope we find a way to make people turn in their, beg them to turn in their.
So I have a broad overarching question. So is the overall target for all students to be college and/or career and/or military ready?
That's
Is
correct.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so when we sat down, Ms. Ryan, tonight, a few hours ago, we talked about column 1 and the verbiage in column 1. So I'm gonna, and we, just so you know, we've been sidebarring a whole night while we're capturing all those on rewriting column 1, right? We've been, so this is a good example. So your 1.3 is all students are college and/or career and/or military ready. See, that's the statement that's going in column 1. And that would meet kind of what you brought up, right?
Yeah, or we will offer diverse programs that allow, like,
See, that's more of a tactic. I think the strategic objective from the board, you just want all students to be college and/or career and/or military ready. Don't look at one of my samples from online. I don't. It doesn't mean they did it right. No,
I was about to say on some of them, some of them we didn't see that X to Y to Z on there. You do this and this.
Well, I think what we're planning to do is a draft, right?
in order to get what? In big words, not tactical words, in big words.
Okay.
Who will do what
We-
to get generally to what?
We'll have a draft, Ms. Conoyer, for the board of a enhancement of the verbiage for column 1, okay? We've already started it. Yeah, I know. We've started it. We've started it over here. Is that it?
Yes, sir. So,
I have a 30-minute concluding power,
I was about to say, dude, that's not good.
not stupid. I'm not.
I would say to the board, though, I hope that you were able to discern that a lot of work and effort went into putting this together, a lot of collaboration. And we really feel like this is a positive way forward, and we would recommend that the board accept this as the scorecard on how we move forward and how we'll be evaluated as we move forward.
And to that end, Ms. Conoyer, the rewrite of the objectives, is going to be pretty fast. That's why we were working on it, so that it gives.
I think we might be comfortable approving it even if we haven't seen that rewrite, knowing that it's happening. Would that be all right? Do I have a consensus on that from colleagues? That we could move to a vote on it?
Are we including the bar at the end with what we
I
talked
think,
about?
I think that can come.
I was, tonight, to me, most districts do the belief, the mission, the vision, and column 1, the strategic objectives. And then I don't know that it said it on here, but I think it's prudent to wait at least a year to adopt the column 5, to adopt it, if the board's going to adopt it, because you guys y'all got to play with it and report it to the board. And in my previous district, it was probably year 2 of the scorecard before the board adopted the outcomes. I mean, like we went through several cycles. That doesn't mean we didn't have targets that we had set. We had targets that we had set. But about 2 years in, the board said, okay, we have the wobble out of the system, we're going to adopt it. But that can be a conversation for another day. The column 5, or the outcome column is not ready to adopt.
Okay, so, but
Right
we could
now.
adopt
I think
everything but column
we
5?
feel
with-
comfortable.
with-
Well, if you do, then.
Cabinet, I would tell you, I would ask, do
There's
you
a
guys
few
feel
blanks,
comfortable
well,
with
there's a few
column
blanks
5?
in there that y'all are going to fill in.
Only because we've put in
I
there
know.
that we got to establish baseline. We feel comfortable.
All right, I back up on what
We
I.
want something approved that we can
Okay.
start marching off.
Good. With the statement that we talked about.
Correct.
Initial targets.
Targets
Then
will be calibrated
That
annually.
we've added some things through discussion. The initial targets will be recalibrated annually, that we're going to add a couple of things in here about task forces and so forth.
Well,
I
but
was
see,
making
you
notes
don't,
as I went.
those,
So all of
you'll
those as
never
discussed.
adopt, well, you'll never adopt the gray bars going all the way down.
Okay, so we're adopting belief, mission, vision,
Column 1.
column 1,
Column 4.
column 5.
Yes.
Well, I said 5, it's 4, because we moved the
Right.
bar up to make it fit on the page better.
Column 4 is on the end, the
all the yellow.
long-term outcomes.
It's the
On the
yellow.
front page, it's what's in yellow. And then in orange for 2, and blue, and then green.
And just because it's just because it's a teachable moment, all of the rewrites and considerations, most of the things, the considerations on the wall are in this
the gray.
gray area. And so it's just the next report, that's right, it's for y'all to think about, and then next report, and then
Incorporate
next report.
for
and then
next-
You just start incorporating those considerations in the future reports. That's exactly right.
Okay.
And I guess my point of clarity is that I'm comfortable adopting this document, but the information that we discussed that was written there, is going to be in this document?
We will go back, go through the considerations, pull this out, and include those if we can, or if we don't, we'll even come back and follow up. But in our tactical actions and our progress measures. But what you're adopting tonight is, these are the priorities y'all said y'all wanted us to have, strategic objectives, and these are the long-term outcomes.
And I'm comfortable with the tactical piece, because that's all the management piece, right?
Right.
We'll talk through it, and that's fine, but I still would like a list of what you didn't include. so that-
I was going to recommend, Mr. Macias, if I made like a type up, and
We can
then.
do that.
Well, and then you guys have a conversation, and I'm just going to say it, that's a lot of consideration.
Yeah, there were.
Okay, so I don't think you do all of them, I'm just going to say it. I think you pick the ones that feel like, these we can do.
What's
and
really going to get us to the
What's really going to get us, and I don't think the others ever go away. I think those words stay on that document, but it's like, let's say, I don't know, you wrote most of them. Is there 50 considerations?
53.
Okay.
You already counted. Oh.
It's probably about 50. I mean, to me, I think you all could, I'm just spitballing here, but 10 of those 50 feel like, okay, we can calibrate right now. In between now and February, just close the loop on that. So I think it's what you're saying.
We're going to reevaluate this in February, and there'll be some regularity to it.
Correct.
I just want, this time we spent going through everything, we don't want to rehash it all over again.
Correct.
We want to know what didn't go, what happened, and
I'm with you, Mr. Macias, and I think all of the words never go away. I think they're always sitting there, and then we're seeing considerations in February, and we're saying, okay, that's a consideration twice, right? And then, okay, that's a consideration 3 times. You're saying,
This will be a report that we put together. Those sheets will be a report that we put
I like
together that we
that.
forward to the board. And every time we go over this, you'll be able to pull it up and say, hey, remember when we first adopted this, we talked about this.
And I wanted to say, because I know Cabinet, you may not feel this way, but if I was you, I might feel like, wow, we put it all out there and it just got kicked to the, every direction. Okay, I see some heads nodding no, and I like that. Theoretically, the first of 16 reports in 8 years is the longest one. I mean, right? Because I'm just going to, as an observer, y'all are not in an operational rhythm between the strategic and the tactical role. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're building a tool to get in a functional, I would even say harmonious operational rhythm. That's what we're trying to do. A lot of tonight was terminology clarification. That hopefully the second or the third you don't have that terminology clarification. So then there's a flywheel right here that's at play. We're trying to get a flywheel rolling, and it's going to get easier and easier and easier the more you do. I mean, in my mind's eye, and this is the last thing I'll say, Ms. President Knoyer, 16 reports from now, the board is like, come on, hurry, just get to the,
Get to the outcomes.
Get to the
right.
outcome. If we're doing it right, if we've got the rhythm going, then it really just becomes like, here's the target, last 3 years, here's the target now, here's why it's not where we thought it would be. And they just get real 30, 45-minute strategic roundtable. I'm proud of what the cabinet did. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah,
Because
y'all
when
have
I
worked
think
so hard.
when I think about the first time y'all put some words on this, okay, they're laughing before I even finish the sentence, to what's on here tonight, I told you twice tonight, like it's gargantuan jump. And I'm proud of the staff that got up and started talking about this. My sense is they already knew that there were some measures that were important that maybe weren't on anything that anybody was looking at. And they got a chance, I feel like, to say, oh, this is a measure we always look at, and it's going to get on the scorecard. That's what I observed that, especially with the HR team. Not that it didn't happen with others, but I saw it. I don't know, HR team. I just felt like y'all were like, finally, someone's going to look at the right number. I mean, in some ways, and that makes me proud. And I'll leave it there, President Knoyer.
Thank you. And so I think Ms. Faulkner is going to make a motion.
I move that we adopt the Judson ISD Strategic Balance Scorecard for the years 2024 through 2028 as discussed.
So we have a motion by Ms. Faulkner and a second by Ms. Eaton, and let me get us to the vote. Oh, yeah, we need to mark Mr. Salinas absent because he left at 5:40. We might need to cancel the vote and redo it. Oh, perfect. All right. Motion passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-1. All right. So that takes us through item 4. We now need to move into closed session.
Can we move to, like, we've been here 4.5 hours. Can I move to table that, or no? Or I don't.
No,
I don't even know what it is, but I know a lot of us probably cannot stay much longer, like. I've got
It's
kids
the
that-
evaluation process goals instrument to take the scorecard into the superintendent's evaluation, what that's going to look like, and Dr. Gibson is here to lead us through that. So I wanted to go ahead and move on to that. So we're moving into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074, consider and discuss superintendent evaluation process goals in instrument. And also pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. And we are now at 8:31.
I'm going back if you want me to take your stuff. I'm going back. And I didn't schedule the meeting this long, so the air's off.
Okay, we are back from closed session. The time is 9:09. No decision action was taken during closed session. Item 6A, consider and take possible action regarding superintendent evaluation process goals and instrument.
Madam President, I move that we approve the superintendent evaluation instrument as discussed in closed session.
Second.
So there's a tie on the second. There's a motion by Ms. Faulkner and a second from Ms. Eaton. And let me get ready here. We'll go ahead and vote, please. Yes, and Ms. Ryan left when closed session started. All right, motion passes. Was that 5-0? There being no further business, we are adjourned at 9:10 p.m. Thank you so much, Cabinet, for everything you've done. Your hard work is greatly appreciated, and I'm so proud to be part of this.
Thank you, guys.